Chapter 364. Under the Longtu dynasty there were mountains, rivers, forests, and swamps. The land was vast, and resources were plentiful. It was a prosperous place. Many cities stood on the land of the dynasty, bearing witness to the vicissitudes of time. River Feather City was one of the many cities. It was located on the banks of the sinking Feather River, and was a city that focused on trade. Of course, the prosperity of trade did not mean that the military power was weak. On the contrary, it required a strong military power to guard and protect. River Feather City had a population of over 10 million. The various clans, sects, and factions were tangled and complicated. The conflicts of interest were enough to make an ordinary person rack their brains. If they were careless and fell into it, without any means or backing, they would not even know what had happened. Fortunately, although the factions were tangled and complicated, the interactions between them maintained a balance. At least on the surface, it looked peaceful and friendly. Although Wang Yarong had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable, allowing Chen Zong to have a deeper understanding of the Longtu dynasty, he did not know much about the situation within each city. After asking and conversing, Chen Zong finally decided to go to the Greenleaf Sword School. As a newcomer, he needed a suitable place to stay. An inn or a restaurant was one choice, but it was not the best choice. After all, he needed to blend in and understand more about this place. Moreover, the cultivation of the force refining realm was still too weak. For example, if Nan Shuntian or Qing Chen went out to train, they still needed a strong enough force to protect them. Otherwise, they would be easily killed. The Green Leaf Sword School was located in the middle of the North Street of River Feather City. The bluestone paved ground was flat and wide. In the ancient courtyard wall was a simple and unadorned door. On the plaque, there were 4 large words in red, Green Leaf Sword School. Chen Zong squinted his eyes as he stared at the words. He could vaguely feel the sharpness of the sword from the 4 large words. It seemed to contain a profound sword theory. After knocking on the door, someone quickly opened it. "Who are you?" With a tender voice and curious eyes, it was a young child. Chen Zong estimated that he was around 10 years old. "Are you here to learn swordsmanship?" "I'm looking for the owner of the Green Leaf Sword School." Chen Zong smiled. "Please come in." The child let Chen Zong in first. There were more than a dozen people practicing swordsmanship in the front yard. They all seemed to be in their teens. Although their swordsmanship was ordinary in Chen Zong's eyes, they had a good foundation and were quite stable. It was obvious that they had been taught by a famous teacher. Chen Zong's arrival did not attract their attention. They did not even look at him. They were all immersed in their own swordsmanship. "Why are you looking for the dojo master?" The child brought a middle-aged man with him. The middle-aged man looked serious and spoke in a low voice. However, the light in his eyes seemed to penetrate Chen Zong. "Senior, please inform the owner of the Green Leaf Club that the person who was invited yesterday has come to visit." Chen Zong cupped his fists and bowed. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. "Go sit in the hall for a while, I'll go ask for the attention." The middle-aged man stared at Chen Zong for a while. The latter's aura was completely restrained. It was difficult to sense his cultivation level. After hearing his words, the middle-aged man pondered. He asked the child to bring Chen Zong into the hall while he walked to the back of the sword school. "Big brother, do you know the dojo master?" The child wearing a loose sword robe asked in a tender voice. "We've met once." Chen Zong smiled. "Really?" The child expressed his doubts. "The dojo master is a pseudo-transcendent realm master. It is said that he is one of the top 3 masters in River Feather City." "Big brother, you actually met the dojo master." "It was a coincidence." Chen Zong smiled. "Then take a seat. I'll bring you some tea." The child said. "Little brother, welcome to the Green Leaf Sword School." A gentle voice sounded. Li Qingye walked into the hall with his hands behind his back and a gentle smile on his face. "Senior, I've offended you yesterday. Please forgive me." Chen Zong stood up and cupped his fists. You and I didn't know each other before. How could I offend you? Li Qingye smiled and gestured for Chen Zong to sit down. After the child bowed to Li Qingye, he glanced at Chen Zong curiously and left. Little brother, what's your name? Where are you from? Li Qingye asked. My name is Chen Zong. I'm from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Greetings, senior. Chen Zong cupped his fists again. The Cloud Dragon Dynasty is one of the 3 dynasties across the sinking Feather River. Li Qingye said, a small dynasty can produce a genius like little brother Chen Zong. It is indeed extraordinary. Senior, you flatter me, Chen Zong said and sat down again. Little brother, you must be curious about why I invited you to the sword school. Li Qingye did not beat around the bush. Little brother, you are new here. Perhaps you don't have a direct understanding of the Longtu dynasty. Senior, please enlighten me, Chen Zong said. Wang Yarong had said a lot, but Wang Yarong was a true martial realm cultivator, while Li Qingye was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Chen Zong felt that Li Qingye was stronger than his master. Different levels meant different levels of contact. Naturally, their views and understanding of some things would be different. The land under our feet has a common name, the Longtu region. The Longtu region is one of the regions in the Kanglan continent. It is under the jurisdiction of the Longtu dynasty. Kanglan continent, Longtu region, Chen Zong repeated in a low voice. It was as if a door had opened in front of him. This was what Wang Yarong did not say. A few hundred years ago, the Longtu region was not called Longtu region. It was called something else. The Longtu dynasty had a strong military force and many strong masters. They swept the entire region and made all the forces bow down to them. Under the heavens, all the land belonged to the dynasty. Therefore, this region was renamed Longtu region. Chen Zong could not help but nod. This was the result of strength. If the Longtu dynasty did not have the strength to make all the forces bow down to them, how could they change the name of a region? The Longtu dynasty worked hard and divided the Longtu region into 8 provinces. River Feather City belongs to one of the 8 provinces, the Tianjiang Prefecture. In the Tianjiang Prefecture there are 4 great forces. They are the Tianshui Pavilion, the True Yang Sect, the Unhindered Sword Sect, and the Ao Mei Villa. These 4 great forces can be considered as a low-rank sect in the vast Kanglan continent. Low-rank sect? Chen Zong was puzzled. May I ask, senior, how is the sect categorized? In the Kanglan continent, the sects are divided into several grades. The low grade is the lowest, followed by the middle grade, and then the high grade. Above the high grade there are even higher grades, but those are still too far away. Li Qingye smiled and didn't continue. The Tianjiang Prefecture only has these 4 low-rank sect forces. As for the Longtu dynasty, in essence it is also a sect, but its grade is high rank. Low rank. High rank. Chen Zong was shocked. Although Li Qingye did not say how to define the sect's grade, the difference between them was obvious. The division of a sect's grade is related to the level of the transcendent realm. This is still too far away for us to talk about. I can only be sure that if a high-rank sect wants to destroy a low-rank sect, it can do so in the blink of an eye. Li Qingye's words shocked Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, it was too shocking. Immediately after, an indescribable excitement filled his heart. In the Longtu dynasty, the only high-rank sect force is the Longtu imperial family. As for mid-rank forces, there are as many as 4. You will know in the future. In addition to being the pavilion master of the Green Leaf Sword Mansion, I am also an outer elder of the Unhindered Sword Sect, Li Qingye said. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. The mystery in his mind seemed to have been solved in an instant. Why would Li Qingye take the initiative to invite him? It seems that little brother has already guessed it. Li Qingye smiled. That's right. My purpose is to invite little brother to become a disciple of the Unhindered Sword Sect. Chernzong was still thinking and was not in a hurry to agree. There was no doubt that coming to the Longtu dynasty was a very good choice because the martial Dao level of the Longtu dynasty was indeed much higher than the three great dynasties. There was also a sect-level force in the entire continent. Of course, if one were to count, the Cloud Dragon dynasty could also be considered a low-rank sect. In this place, not only were there many low-rank sect forces, there were also 4 mid-rank sect forces and even 1 high-rank sect force. Under normal circumstances, naturally, the higher the rank of the force, the deeper the foundation and strength. If one became a disciple of such a force, they might be able to enjoy better resources and inheritances. Of course, the competition would also be greater. Little brother, I saw that your performance yesterday was outstanding. Your battle strength should have broken through the limit of the energy refining realm and reached 7-star. With such talent, you have the qualifications to become a disciple of a mid-rank sect force. As for a high-rank sect force, there is also a high chance. Li Qingye sincerely said. However, in the Longtu dynasty, only the Longtu imperial clan is a high-rank sect force. In order to ensure the legitimacy of the imperial clan, the Longtu imperial clan will not accept disciples with a different surname. Even if there are some extremely talented people who want to join the Longtu imperial clan, they have to change their surname and swear eternal loyalty to the Longtu imperial clan. Hearing Li Qingye's words, Chernzong's expression slightly changed. He put an end to the idea of becoming a disciple of the Longtu imperial clan. Changing surname was unacceptable. Swearing eternal loyalty, this kind of restriction was also hard to accept. As for the 4 mid-rank sect forces, the Tianjiang prefecture does not have one. With little brother's speed, it will take at least half a year to reach the nearest mid-rank sect force. The journey will be filled with dangers and dangers. It is still unknown whether you will be able to reach it smoothly. Chernzong couldn't help but nod. Li Qingye didn't need to lie to him because he would know these things in the future. Although my unhindered sword sect is only a low-rank sect force, our foundation is very deep. A few hundred years ago, the unhindered sword sect was a mid-rank sect force. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the sect's battle strength was greatly reduced. It has not recovered to this day. Li Qingye sighed. There was a hint of regret in his words. Little brother, I am only inviting you. I have no intention of forcing you. You can choose on your own. No matter what you choose, I will not interfere. Li Qingye said. However, if you choose unhindered sword sect, I will recommend you the identity of the sword son of the sect. You will receive the best training. Chapter 365. Outside the Greenleaf Sword School, more and more people were practicing their sword. The whistling of the wind created a beautiful melody. The living room was silent. Even the sound of breathing was difficult to be heard. Li Qingye sat quietly on the chair, waiting for Chernzong to make a decision. His face was peaceful and his eyes were like an ancient well. There was no impatience in them. Chernzong was thinking. This was not a small matter. He could not be reckless. Without a doubt, becoming a disciple of an upper-class sect was the best option. However, the only upper-class sect in the Longtu dynasty was the Longtu imperial family. There was no other choice. There were indeed other upper-class sects outside of the Longtu region, but that was just wishful thinking. With the strength of the Qi refining realm, he was destined to not be able to travel far. The conditions and restrictions of the Longtu imperial family also determined that Chernzong could not join them. He ruled it out. None of the 4 middle-class sects were in Tianjiang prefecture. They needed to leave the prefecture first before going to the other prefectures. The journey was extremely dangerous. Even the strength of the Qi refining realm was not enough to deal with it. Under normal circumstances, only those who reached the true martial realm would have the qualifications to travel far. All kinds of thoughts appeared in Chernzong's mind, and he analyzed them one by one. There were pros and cons to joining a sect. The pros were the environment, resources, and inheritances. These were all related to one's cultivation. After all, it would be difficult to compete with others in the Longtu region with just his 2 swords. The cons were the restrictions. There was not the freedom of being a rogue cultivator. However, the degree of restrictions varied depending on the sect. There were 2 sides to everything. The choice depended on what one needed the most, and whether one could accept it or not. Aside from the Longtu imperial family and the 4 middle-class sects, the best choice in Tianjiang Prefecture was the 4 low-class sects. Among them, the Unhindered Sword sect might be the best choice. Sword sect, as the name suggested, was a sect that focused on swordsmanship. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong opened his eyes. His gaze was resolute. "Senior, I've made up my mind. Let's go to the Unhindered Sword sect," Chen Zong said. "All right." Li Qingye had always been indifferent, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then, he calmed down and said, "Little brother, before you go, there are some things that I want to make clear." "Senior, please go ahead." Chen Zong was not surprised. The Unhindered Sword sect is, after all, a ranked sect. It is not something an ordinary sect can compare to. With your talent, it would be easy for you to become an ordinary disciple. However, the sword son of the sect is extremely important. In my entire life, I only have one chance to recommend you. Li Qingye said with a serious expression, "If you can become the sect's sword son, you will receive the best training, but you will also face the greatest challenges. As the one who recommended you, I will naturally be rewarded by the sect. On the other hand, if I fail, I will not receive any rewards. As for you, you will either become an ordinary disciple or leave." Li Qingye continued, "If you fail and are unwilling to become an ordinary disciple, I will personally escort you out of Tianjiang Prefecture to the nearest middle-ranked sect." Li Qingye's sincerity was apparent. "Thank you, senior." Chen Zong stood up and thanked him. "You don't have to thank me. I have a disciple who has reached the peak of 6-star. I originally planned to give this recommendation to him, but I happened to meet you. I feel that you might be a better candidate," Li Qingye said, "but a feeling is just a feeling. Therefore, I will arrange for you to compete with my disciple, Yang Xianying. If you win, I will truly give the recommendation to you. If you lose, I can only say that you are not destined to be my disciple. What do you think? If you want to gain something, you have to pay a price." Chen Zong smiled. His father had taught him this since he was young. He remembered it in his heart. Good. Li Qingye was very happy. It was rare to see such a reasonable genius. It should be known that the more talented one was, the easier it was for them to be arrogant and develop all kinds of strange temperaments or problems. They were all arrogant and always thought that they were the best. They could not tolerate other people's arrangements. There were very few people who were as easy to talk to as Chen Zong. This meant that his temperament was better than others. Li Qingye thought highly of him. The Green Leaf Sword School had a front yard and a backyard. The backyard was paved with huge and flat bluestone. It was 20 meters long and wide. Chen Zong stood in the backyard, facing a young man from afar. This young man wore a feathered crown and a gold and silver robe. With a sword in his hand, he looked extraordinary. He was Li Qingye's disciple, Yang Xianying. He was also from the Yang family, one of the many forces in River Feather City. His talent was extraordinary. He had practiced the sword with Li Qingye for a few years, and his sword skills were superb. He was famous among the younger generation of Qi refining realm martial artists in River Feather City. Yang Xianying already knew about the sword son of the Unhindered Sword sect. He thought that his master would use the recommendation to give him a chance to compete for the position of the sword son of the sect. If he could become the sword son of the sect, he would be able to receive the best training from the sect. At that time, he would be able to build a stronger foundation and compete with stronger geniuses. In the future, he would be able to reach the peak and become a famous expert in the Longtu Empire. He might even be able to take charge of the unhindered sword sect and become the sect master. His future was infinitely bright, but it was affected by Chen Zong's appearance. His master actually wanted him to compete with him. This clearly meant that he wanted to use this to decide who would be the sword son of the sect. Thinking of this, Yang Xianying's eyes became colder and colder. It was as if the tip of a sword was going to pierce through Chen Zong and tear him apart. Li Qingye stood not far away and watched. Chen Zong had both swords at his waist and the red thunder sword on his back. As for the raging dragon bow and arrow, he put it aside for the time being. Yang Xianying's eyes grew colder and colder as his anger flared. Suddenly, sword light flashed and fell like a meteor from outer space, tearing through the wind and shattering mountains. It carried an astonishing power as it pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the sword light crossed a dozen meters and arrived in front of Chen Zong. Both swords were unsheathed. The cross-shaped sword light cut the air in front of Chen Zong into 4 pieces. According to Li Qingye, his disciple Yang Xianying's combat strength was at the peak of 6 star. Chen Zong didn't need to use the Enlightenment realm. The sword poured down like a rainstorm and flashed across the sky like lightning. Yang Xianying was using a peerless earth-tier sword art, the azure sword art that Li Qingye had imparted to him. His sword was like an azure meteor piercing through the sky, drawing a straight or curved trajectory. It was as if there were dozens or hundreds of swords slashing at him at the same time. The storm-like aura was suffocating. Any martial artist with extraordinary talent who had cultivated a complete peerless earth-class cultivation method to the highest level and cultivated a peerless earth-class martial art to the imperceptible realm, together with other auxiliary cultivation methods, would usually have the combat strength of 6 star. However, it was not so easy to reach the peak of 6 star. Chen Zong could feel that Yang Xianying's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th transformation of the Force Training Realm. He was not at the completion of the Force Training Realm. This also showed that he was quite talented. If he could break through to the completion of the Force Training Realm, his combat strength would definitely reach 7 star. Countless green meteors with shocking coldness and sharpness pierced through the void and mercilessly attacked Chen Zong with all his strength. Li Qingye frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that his disciple did not hold back at all except for not using any secret method. He directly activated the green sword art to the extreme. Every move was filled with fierce killing intent, as if he had a grudge against his opponent. However, Li Qingye was not worried about Chen Zong. After all, he had seen Chen Zong fight with a LV2 genuine martial realm martial artist. Even if it was only one move, he could see some clues. Sure enough, Chen Zong seemed to be calm and at ease when facing Yang Xianying's sword technique that was executed with his full strength. His swords weaved through it, shattering green meteor after green meteor, and he was even able to counterattack. Li Qingye could see that Chen Zong did not use any peerless earth-class sword art. His sword art was changeable and varied. Obviously, he had cultivated many sword arts and derived his own understanding of them, making them his own. Just this level of attainment in sword art had already surpassed his disciple Yang Xianying. Li Qingye could also see that Chen Zong's counterattack was not fatal. Perhaps it was because Yang Xianying was his disciple. In fact, if Yang Xianying was not Li Qingye's disciple and tried to kill him, he would have been killed by Chen Zong. The higher the combat strength, the lower the enhancement of the Wuzhen realm. For example, when Chen Zong's combat strength was at 5 star, the Wuzhen realm could increase his combat strength by at least 1 star. However, when he was at 6 star, the Wuzhen realm could not increase his combat strength by 1 star. Without using the Wuzhen realm, Chernzong's combat strength could surpass the peak of 6-star and reach the limit of 6-star. As he moved his two swords, he destroyed all of Yang Xianying's sword art. Sword pupil technique. With a low shout, Yang Xianying's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking cold light. It was as sharp as the edge of a sword. It turned into two streaks of silver light that could not be seen by the naked eye and shot out like two streaks of sword qi. It was too fast and too close. Chernzong could not react in time. The two streaks of silver light shot into Chernzong's eyes. He felt as if he had been pierced by a sword and was in excruciating pain. Immediately, he felt as if his spirit was about to be torn apart by the two streaks of sword qi. This was a secret technique that attacked the spirit. After using the sword pupil technique, Yang Xianying immediately used another secret technique, which increased his internal force in an instant. He attacked with his sword. This sword was like a green comet that broke through the sky and destroyed everything. Its power reached the limit of 6-star. Li Qingye frowned and gathered power in his hand. He was ready to save Chernzong at any time. Slash! The two swords seemed to have turned into thunderbolts. After tearing the sky apart, they turned into a lightning dragon. It shattered the green comet and rushed toward Yang Xianying with terrifying power. No! Yang Xianying was stunned. He was hit in the chest before he could react. The fierce power seemed to have destroyed his body and sent him flying backward. The sword light disappeared, and so did the dragon. Chernzong put his swords back into the sheaths. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Yang Xianying wanted to kill him, but at the last moment, Chernzong withdrew most of his power and only injured and killed Yang Xianying. This was all for Li Qingye. Li Qingye frowned slightly. He was quite disappointed with his disciple's performance. But after all, Yang Xianying was his disciple. After a quick check, he found that Yang Xianying only had minor internal injuries. He would recover after taking some elixirs and resting for a few days. There would be no sequelae. Chapter 366. Ranking in July. Ranking in July. Ranking in July. I need everyone's monthly vote. Important things need to be emphasized repeatedly. Tianhong Mountain had 7 peaks and 3 valleys. It was known as a mountain with 18 twists and turns. The terrain was dangerous and the strange peaks rose one after another. It was the largest mountain range in Tianjiang Prefecture. One of the 4 inferior sects, the Zongjing Sword Sect, was located here. Other than the Zongjing Sword Sect, there were many other unranked sections. The mountain path was rugged and winding upwards. A white jade arched door stood on the ground. It was 10 meters tall and had a sharp aura that pointed to the sky within its majestic aura. The words Zongjing Sword Sect were written on it. It was written in silver and iron and looked mysterious. With Chernzong's current attainments in swordsmanship, he could vaguely sense that there was something extraordinary about it. However, he was unable to comprehend anything because the person who had personally carved these 4 words had an extremely high attainment in swordsmanship. This was the mountain gate of the Zongjing Sword Sect. The mountain gate represented the face of a sect. If it was simple, it would damage the dignity of the sect. If it was too extravagant, it would appear exaggerated. If it was too well done, it might attract the hostility of other sects. The level of the sect corresponded to the level of the sect. This was a hidden principle that no one would overstep. The mountain gate made of white jade was not extravagant, but it was not simple either. It looked simple and elegant, and its shape was like a giant hollow sword. It was perfect for the mountain gate of the Zongjing Sword Sect. On the left and right sides of the mountain gate stood 2 young men with straight back. Their white sword robes made their bodies look even straighter. They were like unsheathed swords, releasing invisible sharpness. Their sharp eyes swept across the air and swept over Chernzong, then fell on Li Qingye's face. "Are you elderly?" one of them asked. "That's me." Li Qingye carried a long sword on his back and a smile appeared on his plain face. Greetings, elderly. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate hurriedly bowed. You may rise. Li Qingye smiled. After that, he led Chen Zong through the mountain gate and walked up the white jade stairs. The stairs meandered like a white python. Raising his head, he could vaguely see a white trail leading upwards, as if there was no end to it. Senior, are the two people just now in the real martial realm? Chen Zong asked casually as he followed Li Qingye up the white jade stairs. LV4 genuine martial realm, Li Qingye said. They are all inner disciples of the unhindered sword sect. They all look very young, Chen Zong said with a smile. He should be in his late 20s, Li Qingye said with a smile. A true martial realm martial artist at the age of 27 or 28 wasn't rare in the Longtu dynasty. They could only be considered as a group of people with decent talent. However, if they were compared to the other three dynasties, they could already be considered as geniuses. If they were in the Eastern continent, they would probably be crowned as geniuses. For example, the tyrant martial prodigy had broken through to the genuine martial realm when he was in his 20s. However, there was still a big gap between the first and fourth levels of the genuine martial realm. But now that he thought about it, he wasn't young anymore. He was gradually approaching the age of 24. Of course, it was also because he was pursuing a more solid and perfect foundation that he didn't break through to the genuine martial realm. Otherwise, he would have reached the genuine martial realm long ago. Thinking about it, the two LV4 genuine martial realm inner disciples guarding the mountain gate couldn't have been very strong when they were in the training realm. They were probably at the 3-star or 4-star level. Before he came, Li Qingye had already explained the general situation of the unhindered sword sect. The entire unhindered sword sect was composed of elders, sect master, inner sect elders, outer sect elders, deacons, core disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples. Among them, the inner sect elders, sect master, and senior elders were all transcendent realm masters, while the outer sect elders were all pseudo-transcendent realm masters. If they broke through to the transcendent realm, they would become inner sect elders, enjoying higher status and better treatment. As for the deacons, they were all in the genuine martial realm. They were usually in the mid-stage or late stage of the genuine martial realm. Core disciples were in the late stage of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. Inner sect disciples were in the early stage or mid-stage of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. Outer sect disciples were in the training realm. Among them, the deacons had a higher status than the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. There was a slight difference between them and the core disciples. The core disciples had a higher status and were even comparable to some outer sect elders. The sword son of a sect was a very special existence. It referred to a special honor and a special treatment that one could enjoy. The more he finished, the more Chen Zong looked forward to the unhindered sword sect. The white jade steps were long and winding, but Chen Zong and Li Qingye were not slow. After a while, Chen Zong followed Li Qingye and stepped onto a white jade square. The square was very wide, at least tens of thousands of square meters. In the center of the square stood an 8-legged ancient bronze cauldron. It was extremely thick and had sword patterns carved on it. If one looked closely, they would see that the countless sword patterns formed a crisscrossing formation. In the center of the cauldron was an ancient bronze sword that was several meters long and about the size of 2 palms. The sword chi was awe-inspiring. This is the ancient sword cauldron, Li Qingye said with a solemn expression, as if he was on a pilgrimage. It was personally created by the founder of the unhindered sword sect. It is one of the symbols of the unhindered sword sect. Looking at the ancient sword cauldron, Chen Zong did not know why, but he felt that his mood was affected and became solemn. Rumor has it that the founder left a mid-rank lingwu in the ancient sword cauldron, but no one has been able to comprehend it. Li Qingye said. Lingwu. Chen Zong did not understand. Lingwu is a martial art cultivated by transcendence. Li Qingye explained and changed the topic. Come with me, I will take you to see the sect master. Recommending the sect's sword son was a big deal, so meeting the sect master was a must. They walked forward and passed through many doors before stopping in front of a magnificent hall. As an outer sect elder, it was not difficult for Li Qingye to meet the sect master. This hall was called the Unhindered Sword Hall, and it was the main hall of the Unhindered Sword sect. It was also the place where the sect master met with the elders and disciples and received important guests. The Unhindered Sword Hall was 100 meters high, and its pillars supported the sky. Each pillar was engraved with sword images, crisscrossing each other, giving off an extraordinary aura. Behind the sect master's seat was a thick wall of swords, seemingly indestructible. What surprised Qinzong was that the sect master of the Unhindered Sword sect was a burly man with a broad face and a square mouth. He was different from what he had imagined. Well, one could not judge a book by its cover. In addition to the sect master, there were 4 inner sect elders gathered in the Unhindered Sword Hall, each of them sitting in their own seats. Their gazes passed by Li Qingye and fell on Qinzong. Immediately they were slightly surprised. Qinzong cultivated the immemorial body, so he could conceal his aura, making it difficult for others to detect. Even transcendence could not easily detect him. Under the gaze of these 5 people, Qinzong felt the pressure from their gazes. This was the pressure of a transcendent realm master, and it was not deliberate, but simply caused by their gazes. Qinzong's expression remained unchanged, and he remained calm, causing everyone to secretly praise him. For a mere force-refining cultivator to be able to remain unfazed under the gazes of 5 transcendent realm masters was truly a rare sight. Elder Qingyi, are you sure you want to use your one-chance recommendation on this boy? The great elder asked, his voice echoing in the hall, echoing endlessly in the ears of the 2 men. Reporting to great elder, yes. Li Qingye responded respectfully. There were a total of 4 inner sect elders. According to order, they were the great elder, second elder, third elder, and 4th elder. Among them, the great elder's cultivation was the highest and strongest. This boy looks good, and indeed has the qualifications to compete for the sect's sword son. But what is his background? Do you know? The second elder also spoke, his voice slightly sharp. The sect's sword son would receive the best resources from the sect. This was a major event and must be treated with caution. If the person being trained was a spy from another great force, not only would it bring losses to the sect, but it would also cause the sect to lose its dignity. And if the person being trained had a bad temperament or was ungrateful, it would also be a loss to the sect. Reporting to second elder, this boy's name is Qinzong. He comes from the Cloud Dragon dynasty, one of the 3 great dynasties on the other side of the sinking Feather River. Li Qingye immediately replied, "Oh, he comes from the other side of the sinking Feather River." Several elders nodded and immediately looked at the sect master, waiting for his final decision. The sect's sword son is related to the rise and fall of the sect. This is a major event and cannot be lost. The bearded sect master spoke, his voice like a great bell. His eyes swept over Qinzong and fell on Li Qingye's face. Let Qinzong live here for the time being and temporarily register him as an outer sect disciple. After this sect confirms that Qinzong's background is not suspicious, we will arrange for the sect's sword son assessment. Qinzong, what do you think? A transcendent realm master, and a sect master at that, actually asking for his opinion, Qinzong was a little surprised. I will follow sect master's arrangements, Qinzong said. As for the other party's request to investigate his background, Qinzong wasn't displeased in the slightest. Putting himself in the other party's shoes, if he were the leader of a sect, it would be impossible for him to nurture talents for his enemy. Of course, this was also because Qinzong did not deceive Li Qingye, otherwise, he would definitely be anxious. In that case, Elder Qingyi, take Chen Zong to the outer sect disciple area and stay there for the time being. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said. Yes, Sect Master. Li Qingye led Chen Zong out of the horizontal sword hall. As soon as they walked out of the horizontal sword hall, the oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Chen Zong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being stared at by 5 transcendent realm masters was impossible not to feel pressured. The sect's Sword Sun assessment is of great importance, so investigating his background is necessary. I hope you won't hold any grudges. Li Qingye said to Chen Zong. Senior, please rest assured, I understand. Chen Zong said. That would be great. Li Qingye smiled, becoming more and more satisfied with Chen Zong. Speaking of which, he originally thought that his disciple was very good, but compared to Chen Zong, he was overshadowed. Whether it was talent, combat strength, or temperament, there was a clear gap. Thinking of his disciple Yang Xianying, Li Qingye frowned again. After losing to Chen Zong that day, Yang Xianying left the sword hall and disappeared without a trace. Li Qingye originally planned to bring him to the horizontal sword sect. Even if he could not become the sect's sword son, with his talent, he could be ranked among the top outer sect disciples and strive for better resources. Unfortunately, Yang Xianying returned to the Yang family after leaving the sword hall that day, and then left again. No one knew where he went. Third Elder, you are the fastest. Take the black boat across the river and go to the Cloud Dragon Dynasty to investigate Chen Zong's background. Sect Master Luo Zhonghan said. Chapter 367. Sky Rainbow Mountain had 7 peaks and 3 valleys, and the Unhindered Sword sect was located on the largest and highest Sky Rainbow Peak. At the top of the peak were the cave residences of the Unhindered Sword Hall and the inner sect elders. Further down were the cave residences of the core disciples. Further down were the cave residences of the deacons and inner sect disciples. At the bottom were the cave residences of the outer sect disciples. As a low-rank sect, the Unhindered Sword sect had more than 3,000 outer sect disciples and more than 600 inner sect disciples, but very few core disciples. A simple stone room with only a stone bed and a stone table was Chen Zong's temporary residence in the outer sect disciple area. Chen Zong, the sect's investigation will take about a month. During this time, you will live here and cultivate well. I will also stay in the sect for the time being. If you need anything, you can come to the Green Leaf Hall to find me. Li Qingyi said and left. Chen Zong walked out of the simple stone room and looked ahead. As far as his eyes could see, there were mountains and lush trees. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air entered Chen Zong's lungs through his nose. He felt a wave of coolness, and it seemed to contain something indescribable that was beneficial to his body. Chen Zong was sure that living in such a place for a long time, even an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts would be able to strengthen their body and prolong their life. Alu, go find out the background of the person brought by Elder Qingyi. A handsome young man's eyes flashed as he spoke to a shrewd-looking young man with small eyes. Okay, I'll go now. The small-eyed young man said, and immediately walked out of the stone room to inquire about Chen Zong's identity. There were more than 3,000 outer sect disciples, and there was a competitive relationship between them. No one was willing to submit to another, and in order to compete for more resources, and also to be able to cultivate better, these disciples would form groups of 3 to 5. Of course, some of them were relatively strong and had gathered a group of subordinate. Whenever a new disciple became an outer sect disciple, if they were ordinary, they would naturally not attract attention, but Chen Zong, who was brought in by an outer sect elder, would often become the focus of attention. After all, outer sect elders were pseudo-transcendent realm masters and would not casually bring in new disciples. The arrival of Chen Zong and his visit to the Zongjian Hall was not a secret, nor was the news deliberately blocked. Among the outer disciples, there were many people who had a good relationship with the elders. With careful inquiry, Chernzong's origin and purpose were dug out. He actually wants to become the sword son of the sect. After hearing the news, many outer sect disciples were stunned. Moreover, he's someone from a small dynasty, yet he wants to become the sword son of the sect. Does he really think he's above everyone just because he's a genius from a small dynasty? Too arrogant. For a moment, many outer sect disciples felt as if they were being looked down upon and were annoyed. In fact, Chernzong had not even said a word to them, yet he was already being treated with hostility. If Chernzong knew about it, he would probably be very helpless. Whether he's arrogant or not has nothing to do with us, but if he wants to become the sect's sword son, he has to ask those two first. After the handsome young man finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face. Let's go, we'll meet this genius from a small dynasty and see what kind of person he is. Is it necessary? The small-eyed young man muttered, but he still followed the handsome young man's footsteps. What can I do for you two? Chernzong looked at the two people in front of him and asked casually. Newcomer, you're too rude. This is senior brother Song Jingshao, and you should call me senior brother Lin Changle. The small-eyed young man frowned and reprimanded him. Chernzong ignored him. He could see that the leader of these two was Song Jingshao, not Lin Changle. That's enough, Lu. It's just a formality. There's no need to fuss over it. Song Jingshao smiled, but his eyes were sizing up Chernzong. A sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes, as if he wanted to see through Chernzong. I'll call you Chernzong and Chen Shidi. Song Jingshao spoke again. Chen Shidi, how much do you know about our outer sect? Senior brother Song, what's your purpose here? Just say it, Chernzong said. He did not intend to play this kind of roundabout game with the other party. Song Jingshao's eyes flashed with a touch of displeasure. In any case, he was considered a figure among the outer sect disciples. It was too presumptuous to speak to him like this. However, Song Jingshao did not flare up on the spot. Our sect has more than 3,000 outer sect disciples. The most powerful 10 are called the top 10 outer sect disciples. Song Jingshao smiled and said, I'm not talented, but I'm ranked 6th. Chernzong was a little surprised. Chernzong already had a preliminary understanding of the martial arts standard of the Longtu sect. To be able to become an outer sect disciple of a low-grade sect, one must have great talent. To be able to stand out among 3,000 outer sect disciples and become one of the top 10, it was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he was ranked 6th. I wonder if the other party's combat strength has reached the 7-star level? I don't think so. When I came here, I asked Elder Li Qingyan. There was no 7-star disciple among the 3,000 outer sect disciples. After all, 7-star and 6-star were two different levels. Most geniuses could not reach that level. However, even if they did not have 7-star combat strength, they should have 6-star combat strength. After saying his ranking, Song Jingshao stared into Chernzong's eyes. However, he did not find any surprise. He was even more surprised. He did not know if this person was very confident or just deliberately mystifying things. Every one of the top 10 outer sect disciples wants to be the sword son of the sect. Song Jingshao got to the point. There was an inexplicable light in his eyes. However, there are two people who want to be the sword son of the sect the most. They are ranked 2nd and 1st. Their combat strength is similar. Every time they fight, they will win and lose. Therefore, they will take turns to take the first place. Anyone who wants to be the sword son of the sect will be seen as a target by the two of them and will be eliminated. Song Jingshao smiled and said, Got it. Chernzong replied calmly. Song Jingshao felt like he was in a mess. He had wasted so much time talking, but the other party's reaction was too dull. It felt like he had punched out and thought that he would be able to hit the center of the target, but his punch had missed. That feeling of emptiness was not a good feeling. Lin Changle's expression was not good. With a clang, the sword light flashed through the air, leaving many residual shadows. It was cold and threatening. It was aimed at Chen Zong. It seemed that he wanted to teach Chen Zong a lesson. "You want to fight with me?" Chen Zong stared at Lin Changle and said calmly. "Lo, put away your sword." For some reason, Song Jingshao had a feeling that Lin Changle was not a match for the other party. Therefore, he scolded him. Lin Changle glanced at Chen Zong angrily and put his sword back into the sheath. However, his eyes were still cold. "Chen Shitty, I believe those two people will come to you soon." Song Jingshao turned and left. He had no choice. His words did not seem to have any effect. "First and second," Chen Zong whispered and shook his head slightly. He was not interested in fighting with people who were not at the 7-star level. Even if they were at the early or middle stage of the 7-star level, they would not be a match for him. Chen Zong did not take it to heart. He was immersed in the comprehension of the completion of strength refining. He had reached the earth abyss. However, it was more difficult to reach the heaven top, because the heaven top was more fragile than the earth abyss. If he was not careful, his head would explode. He also found that the way to reach the heaven top was not very effective. Therefore, Chen Zong had to be more careful in his cultivation. Both of his feet stepped on the ground. The connected earth abyss seemed to be continuously absorbing traces of weak and pure energy from the ground and condensing them into his inner strength. This caused his inner strength to change little by little and become increasingly pure. There was no need for Chen Zong to control this. It was equivalent to training at every moment and the effect was very good. "Newcomer, you have to pay 10 spirit shells every month to keep you safe." In front of Chen Zong were 3 outer disciples. One of them said in a stiff tone, "With your strength, how can you keep me safe?" Chen Zong raised his eyelids and asked, "You're doubting our strength? Very well, then I'll let you see how powerful we are." As soon as he finished speaking, sword light flashed, like lightning streaking across the sky, instantly arriving to kill. The sword was very fast in the eyes of the other two. However, in Chen Zong's eyes it was very slow. The trajectory was clear. Chen Zong could even tell where the sword was going to stab. Such sword skills might be able to dominate the strength refining stage in the Eastern land. However, in Chen Zong's eyes it was full of flaws. Chen Zong did not even draw his sword. He just pointed his finger casually. The sword light was peerless and broke the sky. With a clink, the long sword trembled violently. Waves of power surged through the trembling sword and passed to the opponent's arm. The opponent's chi, blood, and internal force collapsed at the same time. His hand went numb and lost feeling. He could not hold the sword anymore. When the power hit his body, his chi, blood, and internal force were shaken. He stepped back and sat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "You can't even take one of my fingers. With such strength, how can you keep me safe?" Chen Zong acted as if he had never made a move. His face was calm, but his words were as sharp as a sword. The 3 people's faces changed and they were terrified. The person who attacked just now was at the beginning of the 4-star level. However, he could not even take one of Chen Zong's fingers. The gap between them was too big. This person's combat strength was at least at the 5-star level, or even higher. Of course, they did not have the face to stay after being defeated by Chen Zong's finger. The 2 people helped the person on the ground up and picked up the long sword on the ground. They left without looking back. Things might not be peaceful from now on. Chen Zong withdrew his gaze from the 3 people who left in a hurry and said to himself, the 3 people's arrival was definitely not unintentional. Someone had arranged it deliberately. It could be said that they were testing him. He was testing his attitude and strength. Now the probing had probably failed. Perhaps there would be people with even higher battle prowess coming to test him a second time. In Chen Zong's eyes, this kind of test was somewhat ridiculous and childish. Chapter 368. Remember to take good care of your teeth. The dominator of 6 realms, who was still dizzy after his teeth were pulled out, had learned a painful lesson. Junior brothers and sisters, you must take good care of your teeth. There were 3 floors in the stone house. From the outside it looked very delicate. The interior was even more luxurious and magnificent. A young man in a brocade robe sat on a golden chair inlaid with gems, looking down at them. Defeated you with only 1 finger. He sounded like he was asking a question, but his tone was playful. However, it made the 3 people below nervous. They couldn't help but be nervous because the person in front of them was ranked second among more than 3,000 outer disciples. Sometimes he was ranked first. Not only did he have extraordinary talent and amazing combat strength, but he also had an extraordinary background. Yes. The person who was defeated by Chen Zong lowered his head and said yes. You have some strength. I guess you can reach the 6-star level. The man in the brocade robe smiled weirdly. Okay, you can leave now. Remember, don't say anything you shouldn't say. Yes. The 3 people nodded and bowed. Although they were all outer disciples, there was a difference in status. All of this was brought about by strength. I should let Jing Jiewu try again, the man in the brocade robe said to himself. Jing Jiewu was one of his trusted subordinates. Her combat strength was at the early 6-star level. Under Chen Zong's precise control, a trace of force slowly flowed to the top of the sky. It was very peaceful and didn't seem to be aggressive at all. That trace of force came into contact with the sky, but it couldn't enter the sky. It was blocked by a soft and tough force. Chen Zong gradually exerted his strength, releasing the power that he had been restraining bit by bit. He wanted to pierce through the layer of toughness of the heaven dome. Traces of pain spread out from the top of his head, and the resistance of the heaven dome became stronger. After a while, Chen Zong's head was covered with sweat and his face was pale. He looked like he was about to collapse. It was too difficult and dangerous to try to break through the sky. It was like jumping on a steel wire. There was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire below. How can I break through the sky? Chen Zong murmured to himself. It was obviously more difficult to break through the sky than the abyss. He really didn't know how those ancient warriors who had truly reached the great perfection of the Qi training realm did it. Or perhaps, most of them had not truly reached the great perfection of the Qi training realm and were only half a step into the great perfection of the Qi training realm. I wonder if there are any records about how to break through the Qi refining realm in the records of the Zongjian sect? Chen Zong thought. I'm Jing Jiewu. Jing Jiewu, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, pulled out her broad-bladed sword. Her words were like a signal, and the broad-bladed sword slashed through the air. The blade cut through the air at high speed, forming a white stream of air. Like a crescent moon, it streaked across the sky and attacked Chen Zong, leaving a straight mark on the ground that extended towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong wasn't surprised at all. The second test came again. But it doesn't look like he's that strong. With a change of thought, Chen Zong's right hand disappeared. One could vaguely hear a melodious sword sound. A sword light was extremely fast, shattering the white sword qi and forcefully squeezing the air, forming a palm-sized moonlight. Jing Jiewu's expression changed. The sword was too fast and too fierce. He couldn't dodge it. He could only hold his sword in front of his chest. The moonlight palm slammed into the body of the sword, causing it to bend inwards, aiming for Jing Jiewu's chest. A terrifying force exploded forth, and Jing Jiewu's entire body was flung backward. After landing on the ground, Jing Jiewu continued to retreat. Her chest was in extreme pain, as if her ribs had been shattered. Too weak. Ask the person behind you to come here personally. An indifferent voice seemed to come from the distant sky. It floated into Jing Jiewu's ears. Jing Jiewu struggled to stand. He held his sword with one hand and covered his chest with the other. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and a shocking red stain on the ground. His opponent's sword was still in the scabbard, as if it had never been unsheathed. Zheng Jiawu's expression kept changing. He knew clearly that his opponent was much stronger than him. There was no way to compare. He had the combat strength of an early 6-star warrior. What level was his combat strength? Intermediate 6-star? Impossible. Even if he had the combat strength of an advanced 6-star warrior, he wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. Could it be a peak 6-star warrior? Or a peak 6-star warrior? No matter what, Zheng Jiawu knew that he wasn't someone he could deal with. He could only bring the message back. Zheng Jiawu left. Soon, the news spread to the outer disciple area. After all, it wasn't a secret that Zheng Jiawu was looking for Chen Zong. Someone had been paying attention to it. He defeated Zheng Jiawu with one sword. He must have the combat strength of an advanced 6-star warrior. No, I saw it with my own eyes. That sword was very fast. He probably didn't use his full strength. His combat strength might be at the peak 6-star level. Peak 6-star combat strength. That's enough to be in the top 30. There were more than 3,000 outer disciples in the reigning sword sect. Each of the top 30 had the combat strength of a peak 6-star warrior. They were much stronger than the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Ding Xian, who was ranked first on the Jiao Dragon list in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, only had the combat strength of a peak 6-star warrior. He wouldn't even be in the top 10 in the reigning sword sect. Zheng Jiawu is that person's confidant. This is going to be interesting. If that person takes action personally, Chen Zong will be in trouble. Yeah. He won't show any mercy once he takes action. In a huge stone house, a young man with long hair was holding a huge roasted beast leg in his right hand and a jar of wine in his left hand. He smiled when he heard the news. Senior brother Yen, Xiao Jinpeng, will probably take action himself. Beside him, a young man who was as strong as a bear said as he chewed on a piece of roasted meat. No, Zheng Jiawu isn't Xiao Jinpeng's strongest subordinate. Xiao Jinpeng, who cares about face, won't take action himself so easily. The next one to take action should be Wu Zhongqi. Yan Hua smiled. He seemed to understand Xiao Jinpeng very well. Yan Hua was the current number 1 outer disciple. He took turns to compete with Xiao Jinpeng for the number 1 position. He knew Xiao Jinpeng's character very well. Just as Yan Hua said, Xiao Jinpeng was angry, but he didn't want to take action himself because he had a stronger follower. That was Wu Zhongqi, who had the combat strength of a late 6-star warrior. He was very extraordinary to be ranked in the top 50 among the 3,000 outer disciples. You defeated Zheng Jiawu with one strike. That means you are very powerful. Wu Zhongqi squinted his eyes. He shook his thin sword, which brought out a dazzling sword light. Immediately, countless rays of light gathered in a spiral from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they all gathered in the thin sword, making the sword light extremely dazzling. The people who were watching from afar didn't even see how Wu Zhongqi took out his sword. The hair-like sword light had already pierced through the sky and shot toward Chen Zong. This sword was terrifyingly fast and extremely sharp. He used the ultimate move, Aurora Kill, right from the start. It's difficult for someone of the same level to deal with this sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zong didn't move. He just unsheathed his sword and cut through the sky. Chen Zong could still see the trace of such a fast sword. He caught it in an instant. The mountain-splitting sword was brought down with a torrential force. As the sword flashes pulsed, the aurora was shattered, and the attack was countered. It didn't seem fast, but it was already in front of Wu Zhongqi. Wu Zhongqi knew what Zheng Jiawu felt. He couldn't dodge, and could only raise his thin sword to take it. The moment the two swords collided, an ear-piercing sound reverberated in all directions. The air was torn apart and the ground was shattered. The powerful and domineering force was shockingly sharp. It was as if it was going to tear Wu Zhongqi's body apart. Wu Zhongqi's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating under the terrifying force. His thin sword shook and almost flew out of his hand. He couldn't help but spit out blood and stain the ground red. One sword. Another sword. Wu Zhongqi was defeated just like Zheng Jiewu. Wu Zhongqi was defeated too. Unbelievable. Wu Zhongqi's combat strength is at the late 6-star level. He even used the ultimate move, Aurora Kill. How could he be defeated by one sword? The limit of 6-star. He's definitely at the limit of 6-star. His combat strength can be ranked in the top 10. The people who were watching were all shocked. A combat strength that could be ranked in the top 10 was enough to cause a commotion. He has such combat strength. Song Jingshao was surprised when he heard about it. Lin Chengle's expression changed drastically. He wanted to attack Chen Zong that day. Fortunately, he was stopped. Otherwise, he would have lost face. It's going to be fun. Song Jingshao was surprised. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Looks like he's not a frog at the bottom of the well. He's quite capable. No wonder he dares to compete for the sword son of the sect. Let's go. Let's go and see the new junior brother who is qualified to compete for the sword son of the sect. Yan Hua washed his hands. With a long sword in a mahogany sheath at his waist, he strode out of the stone house, followed by a few people. Senior brother Yan is here. Is senior brother Yan going to fight? This is going to be fun. Junior brothers, you guessed wrong. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to watch the fun. Yan Hua laughed. Watch the fun? What fun? Are you here to watch senior brother Xiao Jinpeng fight? I guess so. Zheng Jiewu and Wu Zhongqi were defeated one after another and lost face. This is unacceptable for senior brother Xiao Jinpeng. He will definitely fight and defeat Chen Zong himself. More and more people came to Chen Zong's stone house. Chen Zong sensed the auras coming from all directions and walked out of the stone house. In an instant, the gazes of many people were as sharp as swords, landing on him. However, Chen Zong's expression didn't change at all. Compared with the gazes of transcendence, such gazes were too weak and couldn't affect him in the slightest. Senior brother Xiao Jinpeng is here. Where is he? He's here. There's going to be a good show. Not long after, a young man in a brocade robe and a feathered crown strode over. His face was as cold as iron and his eyes seemed to be filled with a cold light. No one dared to look into his eyes for fear of being pierced. Cold, arrogant, extraordinary, aloof. This was Chen Zong's first impression of Xiao Jinpeng when he saw him. At the same time Chen Zong saw Xiao Jinpeng's sharp eyes also looked over. When their gazes met, a threatening cold light shot out. It was as if formless sword qi was tearing through the sky, aiming for Chen Zong. Chapter 369. Their invisible eyes collided in the air from more than 10 meters away. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of sword qi and couldn't help but take a few steps back. This new junior fellow apprentice is a bit interesting. Yan Hua touched his chin and murmured to himself. You didn't bow when you saw your senior fellow apprentice. You really don't know etiquette from a small place. Xiao Jinpeng opened his mouth. His words were as sharp as a sword. Those who understood immediately knew that the battle had begun. You are not as good as I am. Chen Zong's counterattack was so sharp that it left everyone dumbfounded. Even Yan Hua was dumbfounded. This kind of answer was really too sharp and too shocking. It was like a sword pointed directly at Xiao Jinpeng's throat. Xiao Jinpeng's expression changed slightly. The coldness in his eyes became more intense and terrifying. You think you can be arrogant just because you are a hero in a small place. You have a bad temperament. You won't be able to achieve great things. Xiao Jinpeng made another counterattack. It was as if he wanted to cut Chen Zong in half with his sword. You are a frog at the bottom of the well. Don't talk nonsense about temperament. You are just in the training force realm. What are you talking about? Chen Zong's counterattack was as sharp and shocking as ever. It was as if he had knocked away Xiao Jinpeng's sword and put it on Xiao Jinpeng's neck. You are arrogant, but I am more arrogant. You are arrogant, but I am more arrogant. Xiao Jinpeng's face became colder and colder. He was so angry that he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Xiao Jinpeng can't stand it anymore, Yan Hua said softly. As Yan Hua said, Xiao Jinpeng's expression was extremely cold, but there was anger in his eyes. He became one with his sword. The gorgeous long sword was unsheathed and rushed toward Chen Zong. The golden sword light flashed across the sky like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed more than 10 meters and arrived in front of Chen Zong. As the sword light flickered, it was sharp to the extreme. It was as if it could penetrate through everything and nothing could stop it. The power of the sword, which was full of anger, was pushed to the extreme. So fast! So powerful! Yan Hua's eyelids twitched. The power of this sword seemed to be a bit unexpected. Even though everyone was shocked, Chen Zong's expression remained calm. He was only at the peak of 6-star. At most, he was close to 7-star. That was all. Both swords were unsheathed, and the cross-shaped sword beam split heaven and earth into 4. While shattering the golden sword beam, it also counterattacked. It was as if it wanted to split Xiao Jinpeng into 4 pieces. The sharpness of the attack was terrifying. Chen Zong, who didn't use the Enlightenment realm, was at the peak of the 6-star level, infinitely close to the 7-star level. He was not inferior to Xiao Jinpeng at all. Dual swords. Yan Hua and the others were surprised again when they saw Chen Zong use dual swords. Originally, when he saw Chen Zong carrying 3 swords, he thought that it was because the swords were different and used to perform different sword skills. He didn't expect that he could control 2 swords at the same time. This was indeed a very good skill. Xiao Jinpeng was also surprised, but his sword became even fiercer. In the blink of an eye, both sides had attacked dozens of times. The sword qi that cut through the air left cracks on the ground. The spectators couldn't help but retreat further, afraid that they would be affected. The power of the sword qi was not weak. It could easily cause damage to a 5-star combat power. 2 middle-aged men stood in the distance. They had sharp eyes and could clearly see both sides of the battle. They even saw the moves clearly. Elder Qingye, the new disciple you brought is really good. He can fight with Xiao Jinpeng to this extent. The middle-aged man in a black robe was surprised. Xiao Jinpeng may not be his match. Li Qingye smiled. He was very confident in Chen Zong's ability. Li Qingye recommended Chen Zong to be the sword son of the sect, but he didn't mention Chen Zong's combat power. He only mentioned that he was at the 6-star level. Oh, Xiao Jinpeng's combat power is at the top of the peak of the 6-star level. I don't believe you. The middle-aged man in a black robe refuted. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Li Qingye smiled. He was very confident in Chen Zong anyway. I've known you for more than 10 years. I know that you never do things that you're not confident in. I won't take this bet. The middle-aged man in a black robe smiled. The middle-aged man in a black robe was also an outer elder. He had a good relationship with Li Qingye. The sword qi surged, the sword light flashed, and the sword shadows circled around. Suddenly, Xiao Jinpeng's sword technique changed. He was like a golden pring soaring into the sky in a gust of wind, shining with golden light. Every single strike was as swift as a golden pung traveling thousands of kilometers in an instant. The speed of the sword was astonishing, and it contained an extremely terrifying sharpness. Golden rock swordsmanship. This was Xiao Jinpeng's family martial art. It was a powerful peerless earth-level sword art. To put it bluntly, Xiao Jinpeng joined the Zhenjing sword sect with his skills. His goal was to become the sword son of the sect. Golden Rock was known to be able to soar 90,000 miles in the sky. It referred to its amazing speed. It was unimaginable to soar 90,000 miles in the sky. To break through the sky, one must have sharpness. Therefore, golden rock swordsmanship was a sword art that focused on speed and sharpness. It was very powerful. It was also one of the reasons why Xiao Jinping could compete with Yan Hua for the number 1 outer disciple. As soon as golden rock swordsmanship was used, Chen Zong immediately felt that the speed of his opponent's sword increased a lot. He could vaguely hear a sharp sound that tore his eardrums and shook his spiritual will. Fortunately, Chen Zong's spiritual will was very strong and tough. He was not affected by the sharp sound at all. His eyes were sharp. Golden light spread out like a golden fog. The sword light seemed to have turned into golden rocks that streaked across the sky. They attacked Chen Zong fiercely from all directions with their sharp claws and beak. Yan Hua's expression was dignified. He had fought with Xiao Jinping many times and was well aware of how powerful Xiao Jinping's golden rock shatters the heavens sword art was. Even now, he was unable to completely break through it. He didn't know how this new disciple would deal with it. If he was not careful, he would be defeated by Xiao Jinping. With Xiao Jinping's temperament, if this new junior brother was defeated, he would be seriously injured. Soon, Yan Hua found that his worries were unnecessary. He saw that the new junior brother was not embarrassed at all under the attack of golden rock swordsmanship. He did not seem to be struggling at all. With 2 swords in hand, his sword art was ever-changing. He kept defusing the attacks of golden rock swordsmanship with ease. It was indeed so. Even if Chen Zong did not use the Enlightenment realm and borrowed the power of heaven and earth, his battle strength was very high. Moreover, his bodysword realm was higher than Xiao Jinping's. His attainments in sword art were much better than Xiao Jinping's. This was an advantage. Chen Zong constantly changed his sword art to defuse golden rock swordsmanship. He also took this opportunity to understand the mystery of this sword art. That's right. Chen Zong's goal had changed from defeating Xiao Jinping to comprehending the profundities of the golden rock heaven-breaking sword art. This was because this was indeed a very powerful sword art. It was even more profound than the 9-shine flashing dragon sword art that he cultivated. What a good sword technique! How could he not appreciate its profundities? Xiao Jinping did not know Chen Zong's thoughts. Seeing that he could not defeat his opponent with golden rock swordsmanship and was being defused by his opponent with various sword arts, Xiao Jinping could not help but be angry. His strength surged, and every move and sword became more and more powerful. The sharp cry became louder and louder. It pierced through gold and cracked stone. Many people showed a painful expression. They could not help but cover their ears and retreat further. The golden light was extremely dazzling. Immediately after, a bird cry that reached its limit sounded as if it wanted to rip apart the clouds. As countless rays of golden sword light soared into the sky, the silhouette of a golden ping that was a few meters large emerged from the surging golden sword light. Golden rock swordsmanship. Yan Hua's face suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that the phantom of the golden rock was clearer than last time, which meant that it was more powerful. Golden rock swordsmanship was the essence of golden rock swordsmanship. Yan Hua had been defeated by this sword many times. It was very difficult to resist. This sword immediately brought a strong threat to Chen Zong. The phantom of the golden rock swept through the sky like lightning. Navagraha Flash Dragon. Dragon swordsmanship. With a low shout, Chen Zong struck out with both swords. Between the surging strength, the sword lights intertwined and turned into a white dragon, controlling the 9 heavens. It was majestic and domineering. This sword seemed to be even more powerful. The dragon and the golden rock collided in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides launched hundreds of attacks. Then, the phantom of the golden rock exploded. The remaining dragon claw of the white dragon tore through the sky with white smoke. It seemed to come from another world, grabbing at Xiao Jinping. Unable to dodge, Xiao Jinping opened his eyes wide and roared. He forcibly mobilized his strength and rushed out. The golden sword light burst out, cutting through the void like the sharp beak of the golden rock trying to peck through the void. The dragon claw was shattered and the sword light dissipated. Xiao Jinpeng's blood and qi were shaken, and he kept retreating. The golden long sword in his hand was trembling. In front of him, a domineering cross-shaped sword light broke through the air. Chen Zong was especially good at grasping opportunities. His two swords attacked like a storm. Xiao Jinpeng was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. His face was cold and pale. He could only clench his teeth and continue to resist. If he kept defending, he would lose, not to mention under Chen Zong's two swords. The tyrannical power broke out and the sword light like a crescent moon flashed. Xiao Jinpeng's whole body flew out. He landed on the ground and took 3 steps back. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground, surrounded by cracks. The recoil made Xiao Jinpeng's blood and qi surge up. He couldn't help but groan and almost vomit blood. But Xiao Jinpeng, who cared about his reputation, forcibly swallowed the blood back into his stomach. This way of doing things would only worsen his injury. His internal organs were in severe pain, as if they were cut by knife. The arm holding the sword trembled slightly. He was unable to fight anymore. But Xiao Jinpeng still glared fiercely, as if he wanted to defeat Chen Zong with his eyes. "I told you, you're not as good as me," Chen Zong said neither slowly nor quickly. His tone was firm as he reiterated the fact. Xiao Jinpeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. He groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face seemed to be even paler. His eyes flashed fiercely at Chen Zong. Xiao Jinpeng put his sword back into the sheath and turned to leave without looking back. His footsteps seemed to be a little staggered and tragic. Defeated. Moreover, it was not the kind of back-and-forth victory and defeat between him and Yan Hua. It was a complete defeat. Everyone could see who was superior and who was inferior. Chapter 370. The main supporting role, senior brother Yu Xie, comes on stage. Throw flowers, cheer. As soon as he arrived, the situation outside suddenly changed. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinpeng had been competing for the number 1 outer disciple for several years. Today, this situation was finally broken. Chen Zong was the number 1 outer disciple. He deserved it because Xiao Jinpeng was defeated in front of everyone, and Yan Hua also admitted that he was not as good as Chen Zong. Inside the stone house, Yan Hua sat opposite Chen Zong, holding a wine jar in one hand and a barbecue in the other. He was eating happily, not caring about his image at all. Speaking of Yan Hua and Xiao Jinpeng, they were simply two extremes. Yan Hua was the kind of person who did not care about his image. He could greet anyone and was not arrogant at all. Xiao Jinpeng, on the other hand, was proud and proud. In the past, in addition to competing for the number 1 outer disciple, these two people also despised each other's character. Chen Zong. After Xiao Jinpeng returned to the 3-story stone house with internal injuries, he quickly took out an elixir to treat his internal injuries and took it. As the elixir's power was dissolved, a cool aura flowed, making the pain in his internal organs slowly reduce, but the pain in Xiao Jinpeng's heart did not lessen at all. Defeated. Under everyone's gaze, he had already used the essence of golden rock breaking the sky sword art. Not only was it broken, but he was also defeated in the end. He lost all his face. For Xiao Jinpeng, who was very proud and prideful, it was like a slap on his face. He could not accept it. Temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiao Jinpeng used his cultivation method to dissolve the elixir's power faster and heal his internal injuries. In fact, his internal injuries were not serious at first, but because he wanted to save his face, he swallowed back that mouthful of blood, which made his injuries worse. Chen Zong's words were like a sword stabbing at him, which made Xiao Jinpeng angry and made his injuries worse. In the end, they became serious internal injuries. With such internal injuries, Even if there were suitable medicinal pills, it would probably take a few days to fully recover. Chen Shidi, your battle strength is half a step into the 7-star battle strength, right? Yan Hua asked while eating the barbecue. Something like that, Chen Zong said with a smile. If you can become the sword son of the sect and receive special training, your combat strength will definitely reach the 7-star level. You might even reach the middle stage of the 7-star level. Yan Hua smiled. This was also the reason why he and Xiao Jinpeng wanted to become the sword son of the sect. 7-star combat power. In the lands of the 3 great dynasties, it was not so easy to attain a 7-star battle prowess. However, in the Longtu region, although it was difficult to attain a 7-star battle prowess, it was still achievable, and that was the pseudo-true martial realm. As long as he condensed his inner qi again, it would undergo a qualitative change and become a fake true qi that was similar to true qi then. His power would increase exponentially. At that time, his combat power would reach the peak of 6-star, or even the peak of 7-star. Chen Shidi, if your combat strength can reach the 7-star level, you may also become one of the 5 heavenly sons in the future, Yan Hua said again. One of the 5 heavenly sons? Chen Zong did not understand. However, the title of heavenly son was not something that any genius could bear. Senior brother Yan, you forgot that Chen Shidi just came from somewhere else. I'm afraid that he doesn't know enough about the geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture yet, Song Jingshao said with a smile. After defeating Xiao Jinpeng, Yan Hua admitted that he was not as good as Chen Zong. It meant that he had established his status as the number 1 outer sect disciple. No one could compete with him for the position of sword son of the sect. It was necessary to be on good terms with him. In Tianjiang Prefecture, there are 4 inferior sects. They are the Tianshui sect, the Zhenyang sect, the Zongjing sword sect, and the Ao Mei Villa. Song Jingshao said with assurance, among the 4 inferior sects, the Tianshui sect is the most powerful. The other 3 are on par with each other. Chen Zong could understand. It was just like how there were stronger and weaker martial artists at the peak of the 9th transformation of the training state. It was the same in the sect. There are 5 people who have reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30 in the entire Tianjiang Prefecture. They all belong to the 4 sects, Song Jingshao said with amazement. Chen Zong was also surprised. Under the age of 30, LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Any one of them was nothing, but the combination of the 2 was amazing. Ordinary martial artists reached the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. The better ones could reach the middle stage of the genuine martial realm, and the better ones could reach the late stage of the genuine martial realm. For example, LV7. It was very difficult to reach LV8. As for LV9, it was extremely difficult. Not only did one have to have amazing talent, but one also had to have a suitable inheritance and a huge amount of resources. The 5 prodigies are young master Tianshui Mu Qianhua, Biluo Li Xinran, Zhengyangzi Gu Jiang, Cold Rain Sword Lin Yue, and Proud Snow Cold Plum Luo Qing. Song Jingshao said with great familiarity. Among them, young master Tianshui Mu Qianhua and Biluo Li Xinran are the core disciples of the Tianshui sect. They are the first and second core disciples, respectively. Zhengyangzi Gu Jiang is the first core disciple of the Zhenyang sect. Cold Rain Sword Lin Yue is the first core disciple of our Zongjing sword sect. He is also the first senior brother of all the disciples and the son of the sect leader. Finally, Proud Snow Cold Plum Luo Qing is the first core disciple of the Ao Mei Manor. Chen Zong's memory was amazing. He immediately remembered the names of the 5 prodigies. In comparison, the difference between the Eastern continent's 3 prodigies and these 5 was huge. After all, the martial arts inheritances in the Eastern continent were limited. The so-called 3 prodigies were already very good if they could reach the 4-star level when they were in the Qi refining realm. However, the 5 prodigies here were at least 7-star when they were in the Qi refining realm. The difference between 4-star and 7-star was like heaven and earth. After breaking through to the true martial realm, there would be an obvious gap in the development of one's potential, cultivation, and strength. Only then would one be qualified to be called a prodigy. The 5 prodigies represent the highest level of the younger generation in the Tianjiang prefecture. There are more of them in the first line, about a dozen of them. All of them have reached LV8 of the true martial realm. There are even more of them in the second line, about 20 of them. All of them are at least LV7 of the true martial realm. Song Jingshao reported a string of names which amazed Chen Zong. Since there were first and second lines, there was naturally a third line. Those who could reach LV9 of the true martial realm before the age of 30 were only the 5 prodigies. Those who could reach LV8 of the true martial realm belonged to the first line. The second line consisted of more than 20 people at LV7 of the true martial realm. As for the third line, all of them were at least LV4 of the true martial realm. They were even more powerful than many martial artists of the same level. Apart from the 5 prodigies and the first, second, and third line geniuses, there are the 10 rising stars. Song Jingshao gave a new title. The 10 rising stars. Senior brother Song, please tell us. Chen Zong drank a cup of wine and asked with interest. Challenging geniuses was one of life's joys. The 10 rising stars are all under the age of 24. They are also recognized as the most powerful geniuses who broke through to the true martial realm within this year, Song Jingshao continued. Chen Zong also memorized the names of the 10 rising stars and the sect they belonged to. Among them, the Tianshui sect had 3, the Zhenyang sect, the Zongjing sword sect, and the Ao Mei Villa each had 2, and the last one was very unique. He did not belong to any force, but was a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator who could be listed as one of the 10 rising stars was extraordinary. Of course, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he compete with the geniuses cultivated by the sect? The geniuses mentioned by Song Jingshao were basically at the true martial realm. As for the strength refining realm, he did not mention them. It was easy to understand. In this world of martial arts, the strength refining realm was just the foundation. No matter how outstanding one was, the foundation was still the foundation. No matter how strong one's combat strength was, it could not be compared to the true martial realm. For example, in the world of martial arts, there was a popular saying, "If you don't enter the true martial realm, everything is nothing." The true martial realm was the realm where a martial artist truly entered the palace of martial arts. It was the real beginning of martial arts. 10 days ago, Yang Shiqi, one of the 10 rising stars, had just broken through to LV2 of the true martial realm. He defeated Fierce Wind Swordsman, an expert of the older generation, with 3 strikes, said Yanhua. The true martial realm was not like the Qi and Blood realm or the strength refining realm. It was more difficult to fight across realms. To be able to defeat a LV4 true martial realm expert with LV2 cultivation, Yang Shiqi's talent was amazing. Of course, Yang Shiqi was a rising star genius of the Tianshui sect. The cultivation he received was not comparable to that of ordinary martial artists. Although Fierce Wind Swordsman's cultivation was higher, he was a rogue cultivator. Of course, his various inheritances were not as good as Yang Shiqi's. However, Fierce Wind Swordsman, who was almost 40 years old, had been at LV4 true martial realm for many years. In this realm, he had honed his skills to the extreme and could exert a strong power. Then, Song Jingshao and Yan Hua talked about the other rising stars' achievements in this year, which amazed Chen Zong. Chen Zong also took the initiative to ask about the achievements of the 5 heavenly legends. Compared to the 10 rising stars, the battle records of the 5 sky prides were much more outstanding. However, The battle records of the 5 Sky Prides were from a year ago. In this year, they seemed to have gone into hibernation and did not make any move. After talking with Yan Hua and Song Jingshao for half a day, Chen Zong had drunk a lot of wine and eaten a lot of barbecued meat. He had a deeper understanding of the Tianjiang prefecture and the Zongjing sword sect. At present, there were not many core disciples in the Zongjing sword sect. There were only 12 of them. Among them, the chief disciple, Lin Yuye, was one of the 5 heavenly legends. The other 11 core disciples were in the first, second, and third tier respectively. Heavenly Legend Genius, Rising Star. Chen Zong's eyes flickered. The true martial realm is the real starting point of martial arts. No matter how outstanding one is in the strength refining realm, they will never be noticed. It doesn't matter. I still have time. Chen Zong thought to himself and gradually calmed his agitated heart. When I break through the zenith and reach the completion of the strength-refining realm, I can start to break through to the true martial realm. The more difficult it was to break through the zenith, the greater the improvement after breaking through the zenith. The effort was often proportional to the gain. Chen Zong also understood that in the competition between geniuses, what they fought for was not a moment, but a lifetime. It would be a big joke if they delayed a lifetime's work for a moment. Chapter 371. Early in the morning, the 6 paths will erupt. Begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly vote. Fellow brothers and sisters who want to give rewards, please come. The 6 paths will accept all rewards. Time flew by. The sinking Feather River was as calm as ever, with only the gentle water flowing from the west to the east. A 2-meter-long boat made of black wood, shaped like a sword, was crossing the river at an astonishing speed. A thin old man in a black robe stood on the boat with his hands clasped behind his back. Because the boat was moving so fast, it caused the air to flow backward and formed a strong wind, causing his robe to flutter. This small boat seemed to be constantly pushed by an invisible hand, and also seemed to be dragged by an invisible fish. Its speed was extremely fast, and even lightning was not enough to describe it. In reality, this old man was using his own strength to push it, which was why it could be so fast. Compared to the black wooden boat of the Great Feather Trading Company that Chen Zong had ridden that day, its speed was at least 2 to 3 times faster. A mere energy refining cultivator can be conferred as a grand scholar of a dynasty. He is indeed extraordinary. This thin old man in a black robe was the 3rd elder of the Unhindered Sword sect. He was ordered by sect master Lin Zhonghan to cross the river and go to the Cloud Dragon dynasty to investigate Chen Zong's background. As an inner sect elder of a low-rank sect and a transcendent powerhouse, he naturally had his own methods. In just a few days, he had investigated Chen Zong's basic information clearly. He was a disciple of the Marquis of Lin Shan, a grand scholar of the dynasty, the champion of the first genius competition in the 3 city, and so on. There was nothing suspicious about his background. According to the investigation, his temperament seemed to be good, and he was a genius worth cultivating. After the investigation, the 3rd elder naturally would not stay in the 3 dynasties. He left as soon as possible to cross the river and return to the Unhindered Sword sect. Arriving at the dock of River Feather City, the 3rd elder waved his hand and immediately put the 2-meter-long black wooden boat into a small gray bag. The people around were stunned and thought they were seeing things. But when they rubbed their eyes and looked again, they found that the old man in a black robe had disappeared, as if it was an illusion. In the entire Unhindered Sword sect, the 3rd elder was the fastest besides the reclusive grand elders. Even sect master Lin Zhonghan could not compare with him in this regard. Like an aurora, he flew towards the heavenly rainbow peak where the Unhindered Sword sect was located. Once they arrived, they passed through the mountain gate and flew toward the Zhongjing Sword Hall. In that case, this Chun Zong has a clean background and a good temperament. He's worth nurturing. Lin Zhonghan nodded after listening to Third Elder's report. If that's the case, then let's have Chun Zong participate in the Sex Sword Sun assessment. Whether or not he can become the Sex Sword Sun will depend on his own ability, the First Elder said. After the final decision was made, the news quickly spread. Chun Zong, congratulations. The investigation is complete. You are qualified for the Sex Sword Sun assessment. Li Qingye was overjoyed. He hoped that Chun Zong could pass the assessment and become the Sex Sword Sun. In this way, not only would it prove that his judgment was extraordinary, he would also be rewarded by the sect. Most importantly, Chun Zong would receive the resources of the sect and be specially trained by the sect. His future was limitless. It would not be difficult for him to surpass Li Qingye in the future. When the time came, he would also be able to help Li Qingye if he needed help. In the end, this was equivalent to an early investment. Of course, if Chun Zong was an ungrateful person, Li Qingye would at most be rewarded by the sect. However, Li Qingye observed that Chun Zong was not that kind of person. In the unhindered sword hall, Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and 4 elders were all present. There were also 8 other people. Among the 8 people, 4 were outer sect elders, including Li Qingye. The other 4 were people who were going to participate in the Sex Sword Sun assessment. Yan Hua, Xiao Jinpeng, Chun Zong, and the last person who had just arrived last night had an arrogant expression. His eyes were filled with arrogance, and there was a hint of arrogance in them. He was extraordinary, and it was as if he did not take Chun Zong and the others seriously. 4 elders, I'll confirm it again. Are you sure you want to use the only chance you have to recommend the 4 of them to participate in the Sword Sun test? Lin Zhonghan's voice was loud and clear as it reverberated through the sword hall. I'm sure, Li Qingye replied in an incomparably firm tone. I'm also sure, the second outer sect elder said. He recommended Yan Hua because he and Yan Hua were master and disciple. I'm sure, the third outer sect elder also said. He recommended Xiao Jinpeng because he and Xiao Jinpeng came from the same family and recognized Xiao Jinpeng's talent and potential. I'm very sure, the 4th elder said. The 4th elder also said. He had spent a lot of effort to find this young man by promising him all kinds of benefits. In my opinion, there's no need for this so-called assessment. Just hand over the identity of the Sex Sword Sun. The arrogant young man brought by the 4th outer sect elder said without any trace of politeness. In terms of arrogance, even Xiao Jinpeng could not compare to him. Elder Wu, you have yet to introduce this young man. The great elder's gaze swept past the young man's face and landed on the 4th outer sect elder. Reporting to sect master, 4 elders, this young man is called Long Zhangji. Elder Wu quickly said. There was a hint of pride in his words. Long Zhangji. Chun Zong realized that no matter if it was the sect master, the 4 inner sect elders, or the others, there was a flash of astonishment on their faces. It was as if this name contained a special magic power. Looking at Long Zhangji, his face was filled with arrogance, as if this was a very amazing name. At this moment, Chun Zong was even more puzzled. Chun Zong, who had just arrived at the Longtu dynasty, did not know that Long Zhangji's name was not the reason why everyone was surprised. It was because of his surname. The royal family of the Longtu dynasty had the surname Long ever since the Longtu dynasty unified the entire region and changed its name to the Longtu region. They issued an edict that those with the surname Long who did not have the royal family's bloodline in their body must change their surname or leave the Longtu region, or swear eternal loyalty to the royal family. Therefore, those with the surname Long were considered members of the royal family even if they did not have the royal family's bloodline. In addition, since the edict was issued hundreds of years ago, the people with the surname Long married and their bloodline gradually mixed. Almost everyone with the surname Long had the royal family's bloodline. Generally speaking, those with the surname Long belonged to the royal family and would not join other sects. This was because the royal family of the Longtu dynasty was a powerful sect, and it was a high-grade sect. It was many times stronger than the unhindered sword sect. The assessment of the sword sun was passed down by our ancestors. It's the tradition of the unhindered sword sect. How can we change it just like that? Sect Master Lin Zhonghan was surprised, but he still spoke up. He was not humbled just because of the surname Long. What a joke! Even if he was facing a prince of the royal family, as long as the other party's cultivation had not reached the transcendent realm, he did not need to be humble. He only needed to treat him with respect. Moreover, this person was definitely not a prince. He was not even a direct descendant of the royal family. Young Master Long, this is indeed the rule of the unhindered sword sect. Elder Wu explained, trying to curry favor with Long Tianyu. The sect master and the 4 inner sect elders frowned. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If the rules are not changed, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Long Zhangji sneered as he spoke with confidence. Or do you think that my 7-star combat strength is not enough to make you change? 7-star combat strength. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Long Tianyu had not been trained by the sect's sword sun, and he already had 7-star combat strength. If he was trained, he would definitely become even stronger. For a moment, it seemed to be able to move people, but in the blink of an eye, this feeling was shattered and expelled. The sect's rules had to be changed, but some rules could not be changed. Once they were changed, they would lose their purpose. The assessment will begin in the afternoon. Everyone should go back and prepare. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said directly, not giving Long Zhangji any more explanation. There was no need. He was just a trivial force-refining cultivator. What qualifications did he have for a transcendent realm master to personally explain to him, let alone a sect master? The force-refining realm was still the force-refining realm. Potential was still potential. If one had not reached the transcendent realm, it meant that one might not be able to reach the transcendent realm. Even if one could become a transcendent realm master in the future, it would not be done in a short time. Moreover, which transcendent realm master did not have a firm will? Which transcendent realm master did not have a proud and unyielding character? Long Zhangji's expression changed, secretly feeling annoyed, but he did not say anything. Originally, he planned to wave his sleeves and leave, but in the end, he forced himself to hold back because this sword son of the unhindered sword sect was indeed useful to him. Although his surname was Long, he only had a trace of the imperial family's bloodline. It was still morning, and there were still a few hours before the afternoon assessment began. These few hours were perfect for those who would be participating in the assessment to prepare. In fact, there was nothing special to prepare. It was nothing more than adjusting one's state of mind and spirit to their peak, so they could participate in the assessment in a better state, nothing more. You 3 withdraw from the assessment yourselves. Not long after leaving the unhindered sword hall, Long Zhangji caught up with Chen Zong's group and blocked their way, speaking in a stiff tone. It's better if you withdraw yourself. Xiao Jinpeng and Yan Hua did not know how to answer, but Chen Zong spoke first. Compared to the others, Chen Zong had fewer scruples. First, Chen Zong did not know the identity of the other party, and second, even if he knew, Chen Zong would not be afraid. 7-star battle strength, so what? Good, very good, I will remember you. Long Zhangji frowned at first, then laughed out of extreme anger. After I become the sword son, get out of the unhindered sword sect. It was as if he had already passed the assessment and become the sect's sword son, holding great power. After saying those threatening words, Long Zhangji turned and left. Chen Zong did not care about the other party's threat, but Xiao Jinpeng and Yan Hua's expressions changed. Only then did Chen Zongcai realize that there was actually such a reason behind it. No matter if it was Xiao Jinpeng or Yan Hua, both of them were clearly apprehensive of the strength of the royal clan. After all, the royal clan was the strongest power in the Longtu region. Even 10 unhindered sword sects wouldn't be a match for the royal clan. Compared to the two of them who were deeply worried, Chen Zong did not care too much. However, he also knew that he had to obtain the sect's sword sun. Otherwise, he would probably be suppressed in various ways, which would be extremely detrimental to his future cultivation. Chapter 372. Updated for the sake of ranking. A new day in a new month. Begging everyone for monthly vote. Go go go. In the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, spilling heat everywhere. Chen Zong's group of 4 once again gathered in the horizontal sword hall. Then, under the leadership of sect master Lin Zhonghan, they walked through the hall and into the sect's interior. The sword sun assessment is divided into 2 parts. The first to pass within the allotted time will become the sect's sword sun, the rest will be eliminated, Lin Zhonghan said, his plain tone containing unquestionable power. Even if only a trace of the power of a transcendent realm master leaked out, it was still very strong. Even someone as arrogant as Long Zhangji did not dare to refute, otherwise, he would be directly expelled and lose the qualification to compete for the sect's sword sun. Walking forward, passing through door after door, it was as if they were walking into an endless place. A few minutes later, Lin Zhonghan stopped and pointed to the 4 closed doors in front of them. Everyone choose a door to enter. You will know the assessment method after you enter. Go, use all your abilities. Chen Zong's group of 4 took a deep breath. Then, Long Zhangji's figure flashed, like a stream of light, rushing forward in an overbearing manner, taking the lead to choose a door to enter. Chen Zong pushed open the door and suddenly felt a fresh air fill the air. After stepping through the door automatically closed and the originally dark inner room suddenly lit up with a light as bright as day, illuminating the surroundings. After Chen Zong's eyes swept over, he stared in front of him in a daze. It was a wall, a very strange-looking wall. This kind of wall gave Chen Zong a feeling of déjà vu. The mechanism wall. That day in the Dragon Pavilion's assessment in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty's royal city, the first stage was to crack the mechanism wall. Cracking the mechanism wall was a relatively comprehensive ability, requiring memory, deduction, comprehension, insight, and so on. It just so happened that these were all necessary skills for a cultivator. Compared to the mechanism wall in the Dragon Pavilion's assessment, the mechanism wall in front of him was several times more complex and precise. It was certain that if an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 9th Revolution realm saw such a mechanism wall, they would be confused and would even feel dizzy after looking at it a few times. Speaking of which, the wall of mechanisms was a very popular test. However, different wall of mechanisms often had different structures. Solving one wall of mechanisms did not mean that one could solve the other wall of mechanisms. There was a timer hanging on the wall on the left. The needle was moving slowly, and when it finished one round, it meant that the time was up. Chen Zong first closed his eyes and took a deep breath to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he opened his eyes. His clear eyes reflected the entire mechanism wall. Chen Zong's pupils constricted to the size of needles as he scanned the wall bit by bit. First, he memorized the overall outline of the mechanism wall, as if it was branded in his mind. From big to small, from outside to inside, every detail was memorized by Chen Zong. Since Chen Zong obtained the mysterious sword tip, his potential had been continuously developed. With the improvement of his cultivation and the breakthrough of his realm, his potential had also been developed to a greater extent. It was not difficult for him to have a photographic memory. Even so, this complicated wall of mechanisms still took Chen Zong nearly a quarter of an hour to memorize it completely. The needle on the timer had made nearly a quarter of a round. After memorizing it completely, Chernzong looked for the operating rules. Only by grasping the rules could he proceed to the next step of deduction. Only then could he hope to solve it. Which school of mechanisms is this? Long Zhangji frowned and looked carefully. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. It doesn't matter which school it is. The basic principles of the wall of mechanisms are similar, and I have already mastered the basics of the wall of mechanisms. This was where his advantage lay. There was a big difference between learning the basics of the wall of mechanisms and not. Two people had similar abilities in all aspects. However, if one of them had learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms and the other had not, it would be easier for the former to solve the wall of mechanisms. After all, if one had some basic knowledge, he would be able to see and deduce better. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinpeng had more or less learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms. It could be said that among the four of them, only Chernzong had not learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms. Zhonghan, do you think these four people have a chance to become the sword son of the sect? An old man in a green robe with white hair and beard, but his face was as red as a baby's. His voice was like a torrential river. Elder Yuan, I can't see it. Lin Zhonghan, the sect leader, answered respectfully. There was only one person in the entire Zhonghan sect who could make Lin Zhonghan treat him with such respect and address him as Elder Yuan. He was the Elder Yuan of the sect. This Elder Yuan was also the previous sect leader. After stepping down, he became the Elder Yuan. In terms of status, he was above the sect leader. Of course, in terms of power, the sect leader had the most power. Since Yu Xie and Zhuo Shanmei, no one has passed the sect's Sword Sun examination for many years. I hope there will be one this time. The Elder Yuan sighed softly. Yu Xie was referring to Lin Yue, who had passed the examination to become the sect's Sword Sun. Now, he was one of the 5 heavenly sons of Tianjiang Prefecture. Zhuo Shanmei had become the sect's Sword Sun a few years later than Lin Yue. Now, she was ranked in the second-tier group of geniuses in Tianjiang Prefecture. She had a chance to become the first-tier group. The examination for the sect's Sword Sun was very difficult. Under normal circumstances, external elders only had one chance to be recommended in their lifetime. If they made great contributions to the sect or used their own contributions to the sect, they would have a second or even third chance to be recommended. To put it simply, the first chance was free. The subsequent chances had to be paid. As for internal elders, they were not restricted by this. Of course, internal elders would not simply recommend because of this. There was an examination for the sect's Sword Sun almost every year. However, since Zhuo Shanmei, no one had passed the examination to become the new sect's Sword Sun. No one knew if the 4 people who had passed the examination this time would all be defeated like the previous years. Or if someone would pass the examination and become the new Sword Sun after Lin Yue and Zhuo Shanmei. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinpeng are both disciples of the sect. We know them well. The probability of them passing the examination is not high. Lin Zhonghan analyzed. Chernzong comes from a small dynasty. His background and inheritance are not as good as Yan Hua and Xiao Jinpeng, but his combat ability is above them. This shows that he is indeed extraordinary. If he had become a disciple of the sect a few years earlier and received better training, the probability of him passing the examination would be higher. As for Long Changji, he has some background. He has a lot of family knowledge since he was young. If one of the 4 can pass the examination, Long Changji's chances will be higher. Lin Zhonghan concluded. Although Lin Zhonghan was not willing to let someone who was related to the imperial family become the sect's Sword Sun, it did not violate the rules passed down by the sect. Moreover, if Long Changji passed the examination, it would be unreasonable to not let him become the sect's Sword Sun. It would cause the imperial family to intervene, which would not be good. As for his arrogant personality, it was nothing. In the world of geniuses there were all kinds of personalities. There was nothing strange. After all, temperament and personality were two different things. Lin Zhonghan hoped that Yan Hua or Xiao Jinping could pass the examination. After all, they had been in the Zhonghan sword sect for a long time. The senior elder did not speak again. The mountain wind was still blowing. Start at the middle arcana level, go to the lower arcana level, go beyond that. Long Changji used his ability and the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall to make a deduction. He muttered, "No, I made a mistake. Let's start again." Chunzong did not know anything about middle arcana level, lower arcana level, and higher arcana level because he had never studied it before. However, he had his own deduction method. Everything in the world had its own rules. As long as one observed carefully and was sharp enough, one could find the rules bit by bit and master it. However, those who were experienced and knowledgeable would find it easier to make deductions. This was because the rules of everything in the world did not exist independently. Instead, they depended on each other. They were inextricably linked and could verify each other. Gradually, the needle on the timer turned slowly. It had already gone through half a circle. Chunzong had also found the rules of the mechanism wall and continued to deduce. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping stared at the mechanism wall and tried their best to use the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall they had learned to deduce. However, as they continued to deduce, they found that it was as if they had reached a dead end. They gradually deviated. Fortunately, they came to their senses in time and quickly got out of the state of being at a dead end. After taking a deep breath and adjusting themselves, they began to deduce from the beginning. After taking a detour, it was much smoother to deduce from the beginning. In terms of the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall, neither Yan Hua nor Xiao Jinping could compare with Long Zhangji. It could be said that Long Zhangji had truly mastered the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall, while Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping were just beginners. As for Chunzong, he was a complete layman. Upper arcana level. It's here. Break. With a low shout, Long Zhangji's eyes shone brightly. He took a step forward and casually threw out a palm. His strength was concentrated on his palm, and he directly hit a part of the mechanism wall. Kacha sounds rang out. Immediately after, the entire wall of mechanisms stopped moving. After a moment of silence, the kacha sounds continued, sounding like beans being fried. The wall of mechanisms opened up from the middle, allowing one person to pass through. At the moment when Long Zhangji successfully cracked the mechanism wall, Chunzong also deduced the operation pattern and found a way to crack it. Using his finger as a substitute for a sword, the wall of mechanisms stopped operating amidst the kacha sounds. Following which, a series of kacha sounds rang out. Every single mechanism on the wall of mechanisms started to move. The connections between them were severed one after another, and a gap that could allow a person to pass through opened up. Looking at the timer on the left side of the wall, there was less than half a circle left. There was not much time left. Chunzong stepped forward and walked into the gap in the mechanism wall. This was the first test. If they went forward, it would be the second test. As Long Zhangji and Chunzong cracked the mechanism wall, Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping were still working hard. Seeing that the needle on the timer was about to complete one circle, Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping's eyes suddenly lit up. They both made their moves. The cracking sound was heard continuously. The mechanism wall was successfully cracked. Chapter 373. This is, Chunzong was surprised and glanced around. He was at the top of the mountain. The sun was high in the sky and the wind was strong. Looking into the distance, he could see a sea of clouds rising in the distance. The sun shone on the clouds like dancing dragons and snakes. It was a beautiful sight. It's spectacular, isn't it? A strong and loud voice came from behind. Chunzong quickly turned around and saw Lin Zhonghan, the leader of the Zhongjian sect. Leader. Chunzong bowed. In the past, before I became the sect master, whenever I felt annoyed, I would come here to admire the scenery. Looking at the wind, the clouds, and the light, the annoyance in my heart would disappear without a trace, and my state of mind would open up. Lin Zhonghan put his hands behind his back and walked steadily. It was as if he was walking on the earth, ignoring all the rocks, and walking to the highest point to look down on the earth. His voice was no longer as loud. Instead, it was a little low and had a certain charm. "Are you full of doubts about why I'm saying these things to you?" Lin Zhonghan suddenly turned around. The sharp light in his eyes seemed to see through Chen Zong. His words also expressed the doubts in Chen Zong's heart. Yes, wasn't he participating in the assessment of the sect's sword son? Didn't he just crack the mechanism wall and pass the first stage? How did he come here? Why was the leader saying these things to him? He was confused. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was loud and powerful, and it seemed to make the sea of clouds tumble. "Because you have passed the assessment and become the new sword son of our sect." "I passed the assessment." Chen Zong was surprised. Didn't they say that the assessment was divided into 2 stages? If he remembered correctly, he had only passed the first stage. In fact, there is only 1 stage. "I told you that there were 2 stages just to confuse you," Lin Zhonghan said with a smile. Chen Zong suddenly realized that this method was indeed somewhat possible, but for some reason, he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. "Let's go. Follow me to the sword hall of the sect. I want to announce that you've become the sword son of the sect," Lin Zhonghan said. He walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back and walked past Chen Zong. Chen Zong turned around and saw a cluster of palaces. The largest and tallest one was the Zongjing Sword Hall. Did I really pass the test and become the sect's sword master? Chen Zong followed Lin Zhonghan down the mountain, thinking, isn't this a little too easy? Speaking of which, the difficulty of deciphering the mechanism wall wasn't low at all. However, Chen Zong felt that the sect's sword son was very important. In comparison, it shouldn't be as simple as deciphering a mechanism wall. However, everything that happened was so natural. Those 3 people are not simple. It doesn't make sense that they couldn't decipher the mechanism wall within the time limit, right? Chen Zong thought to himself. "Sect leader, I have something to ask," Chen Zong said. "What is it?" Lin Zhonghan did not turn around, but his voice reached Chen Zong's ears. "When was the last sect's sword master who passed the test? How often is the sect's sword master test held?" Chen Zong asked. 4 years ago. It was held once a year, Lin Zhonghan answered without hesitation. "Thank you for answering my question, sect leader," Chen Zong said and continued to think. The sect's sword master test was held once a year. The last sect's sword master was 4 years ago, which meant that no new sword master had appeared in the past 4 years. This meant that the test for the sect's sword master was very difficult, extraordinarily difficult. Deciphering a mechanism wall shouldn't be enough to make everyone fail the test on time, right? Could it be that those who took the test in the past were all good-for-nothings? No, definitely not. The sect's swordmaster test was of great importance, and they wouldn't let anyone take the test casually. Only the truly outstanding geniuses were qualified to take the test. Since that was the case, the test shouldn't be as simple as deciphering a mechanism wall. He seemed to have returned. It was as if he was walking in a circle. It shouldn't be that simple, but he was told that he had passed the test. Sect leader, what about the other 3? Chen Zong asked again. They all failed. Naturally, they were eliminated, Lin Zhonghan answered. They all failed. He muttered to himself in a low voice, the doubts in his heart growing stronger. Suddenly, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that the second test exists? Is this the test for the second test? The moment this thought came to his mind, Chen Zong immediately saw Lin Zhonghan walking forward in front of him. His figure was slowly fading, and the distant cluster of palaces was slowly becoming blurry. It was as if someone had poured water on an ink painting and then used a brush to smear it randomly. The beautiful and magnificent scenery around him was distorted. The sun disappeared, the sea of clouds disappeared. This is... Chenzong calmed down and looked around. He found that he was in an empty room. He didn't know what had happened. It was like a dream, but he also felt like he was there. Immediately, there was a creaking sound, and a beam of light shone in. It was a door that opened automatically. Chenzong didn't feel the slightest bit out of place. He strode toward the door. I've already said that the Sex Sword Master is none other than me. Long Zhangji stood in the Zhonghu Sword Hall in high spirits, and said loudly. He glanced at Chenzong, Yanhua, and Xiao Jinping with a cold smile on his face. Now, as the Sword Master of the sect, I propose that these three be expelled from the Zhonghu Sword Sect, Long Zhangji said again. Agreed, the fourth elder said. Agreed. Agreed. We'll follow the Sword Master's wishes. The other three elders also expressed their agreement. In that case, I hereby announce that Chenzong, Yanhua, and Xiao Jinping are removed from the Zhonghu Sword Sect. From today onwards, they are not allowed to take half a step into the Zhonghu Sword Sect. Violators will be treated as trespassers and will be killed without mercy, Lin Zhonghan said, making the final decision. Ha 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 ha! Long Zhangji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Especially when he saw the fear on Chenzong and the other two's faces, he laughed even more heartily and recklessly. Sect leader, you said that I passed the test? Yanhua's eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly. He was extremely excited. Chenzong was stronger than him, and Long Zhangji said that he had a 7-star battle strength, which meant that he was even stronger. Although the test didn't directly test one's battle strength, the stronger one usually had an advantage. Yanhua didn't have much hope that he would pass the test and become the Sex Sword Master. He just wanted to do his best and accept it if he couldn't. He didn't expect that he would pass the test. Ecstasy and excitement filled his body. He couldn't think anymore. The same thing happened to Xiao Jinping. Unlike Yanhua, even though he was defeated by Chenzong, Xiao Jinping, who was proud and arrogant, regained his confidence after some adjustment. He wanted to compete for the position of the Sex Sword Master with all his strength. He didn't have the desire to become the Sex Sword Master, so he became even more fanatical. Now, when he learned from Lin Zhonghan that he had passed the test and become the Sex Sword Master, the ecstasy completely surrounded Xiao Jinping and made him lose all ability to think. Sect leader. Chenzong bowed to the person in front of him, and then looked at the old man beside the sect leader. He had a sage-like appearance. Chenzong didn't know who the old man was, but he still bowed to him. Congratulations, Chenzong. Lin Zhonghan smiled. Chenzong knew the meaning of the old man's congratulations. He had passed 2 tests and become the Sex Sword Master. As for the other 3, they were probably still in the middle of the test. According to the rules, the first one to pass 2 tests in a set time would be the winner of the test and become the Sex Sword Master. This is the only remaining founding elder of the sect, Lin Zhonghan introduced. Disciple Chenzong greets founding elder. Chenzong bowed again. Haha, no need to be so polite. Founding elder smiled and looked at Chenzong carefully. He couldn't help but nod, seeming to be satisfied. Since Chenzong was the first to pass the test in a set time and become the Sex Sword Master, the other 3 failed. Not long after, the 3 opened the door and walked out. They were still a little absent-minded. Then, they saw Chenzong and their expressions changed. Unfortunately, the 3 of you didn't pass the test, Lin Zhonghan said. Yanhua smiled bitterly, but he accepted it calmly. Xiao Jinping's expression changed again, and became a little ugly. As for Long Zhangji, his expression changed dramatically. He couldn't accept it at all. Just a moment ago, he was still the sect's sword master. He was in high spirits and had the power to kill the sect's disciples. Now, he was told that he had failed the test. What was this? Good, good, good. You ran rampant in the sword sect and made fun of me. I'll remember this humiliation. Long Zhangji was full of resentment. He glanced at Chenzong, and the ruthlessness in his eyes was like a tide that wanted to drown Chenzong. Then, Long Zhangji turned and strode away. Lin Zhonghan and Founding Elder didn't make a move. First, it wasn't appropriate for them to deal with a junior. Second, this person's surname was Long, and he was related to the imperial family. If they killed him, they might provoke the imperial family. After all, the imperial family was very willing to annex the sect's forces. However, they didn't dare to do so without a suitable reason. They were afraid that the sect's forces would unite and resist, which would cause chaos in the imperial family and give foreign forces the opportunity to invade. Chen Shidi, congratulations. Yanhua cupped his hands and smiled at Chenzong. Since he couldn't become the swordmaster, it was a good reward to be friends with Chenzong. As for Xiao Jinpeng, he glanced at Chenzong and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything. Okay, you two go down the mountain and return to the outer disciple area. Cultivate well. Lin Zhonghan smiled. His eyes fell on Chenzong's face. Chenzong, follow me to the Sword Sect's Hall of Swords. I want to announce that you've become the sect's sword master. Yes. Chenzong was quite excited in his heart. However, he was used to being indifferent, so he looked calm on the surface. The sect's sword master. Chapter 374. We are currently in third place. We have to do our best to maintain this ranking and pursue to the next level. Monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly vote. The Sword Son of the sect was a big deal for the unhindered Sword sect, but for the outside world, it was not a big deal. Moreover, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and affect the growth of the Sword Son of the sect would not advertise the Sword Son of the sect. The third point was still the same. Without entering the true martial realm, everything was in vain. Congratulations, Elder Qin Yi. Congratulations, Elder Qin Yi. Li Qin Ye's cave mansion was almost broken down. One by one, the elders of the outer sect, whether they were close or not, came one after another. On this day, Li Qin Yi was grinning from ear to ear. Chenzong had become the sect's sword son. At first, he recommended Chenzong because he hoped that he could pass the assessment and become the sect's sword son. However, Li Qin Yi knew that the assessment was very difficult and there were other competitors. After calculating, the probability of Chenzong becoming the sect's sword son was less than 30%. Chenzong was recommended by him. Now that he had become the sect's sword son, he was almost half a step into the center of power in the unhindered sword sect. Of course, because his cultivation was still low, he could not make any decisions that would affect the unhindered sword sect. However, he already had such a position. Moreover, Chenzong's character and temperament were good. He was not an ungrateful person. For Li Qin Yi, this was a great thing. In addition, he also received various rewards from the sect. First, the recommendation of the sect's sword son was restored. Second, he received a large number of contribution points. Third, he received the opportunity to study a low-rank Lingwu. Lingwu was a transcendent martial Dao that only transcendents could cultivate and master. He was only a pseudo-transcendent. If he could study the Lingwu, he would have a greater chance of grasping the opportunity to break through and step into the transcendent realm. There was a saying in the martial Dao world: without entering the true martial realm, everything was in vain. Without entering the transcendent realm, everything was in vain. Only when one reached the transcendent realm could they be called a true master. Only then could they be qualified to walk the continent. This old man has taught 2 generations of sword sons of the sect. You are the third. The sage-like elder Yuan Lingzi said unhurriedly. His voice rose and fell with a unique rhythm, as if it was ringing directly in one's ear, yet it also seemed to be coming from a distant place. After Chen Zong heard it, he felt as if he had been branded. Every generation of sword sons of the sect has their own characteristics and teachings. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Chen Zong, use your full power against me. I need to confirm your abilities so that I can teach you better. But don't use any secret techniques or activate the power of your pseudo-spiritual weapon. Just rely on your own strength. After becoming the sword master of the sect, one would receive the resources of the sect and receive the sect's key nurturing. One of the key nurturing methods was to be personally taught by the only elder in the sect. Elder Yuan was a veteran transcendent realm master. His cultivation and strength were much higher than the sect masters. He was knowledgeable and experienced, who knew how many people longed to be taught by him. For example, Zhuoshan Mei and Lin Yuye were able to become second-tier geniuses and one of the 5 great prodigies. In addition to their own extraordinary talent, it was also closely related to Elder Yuan's teachings. It was also because of Elder Yuan's teachings that they could better display their respective talents and potential and avoid detours. Now it was Chen Zong's turn. Hearing Yuan Lingzi's words, Chen Zong did not hesitate at all. After saying, "Excuse me," he unsheathed his 2 swords. His strength surged from the earth abyss, instantly erupting with the most tyrannical power. Body and sword became one, and like a stream of light, he shot towards Yuan Lingzi. Such speed was astonishing, but in Yuan Lingzi's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. There was no other reason than the gap between their realms was too big. Without dodging or defending, Chen Zong let the sharp sword light slash his body. He felt as if he had slashed a flexible wall, and the power of the 2 swords was completely absorbed. After being slashed by the 2 swords, Yuan Lingzi's body did not move at all. The 2 swords did not even touch his body, but were blocked by an invisible force. The power is not bad, almost at the level of a 7-star, Yuan Lingzi said, but I feel that this is not your full strength. Chen Zong felt that it was normal for the 2 swords to be ineffective, but he was also a little shocked. Unexpectedly, he could not even move his opponent's robes. He attacked again. In an instant, the 2 swords turned into the most violent wind and the most rapid rain, aiming at the same point and launching an astonishing attack. As the countless swords stabbed at the same point, tiny ripples appeared, and then slowly spread out, like a grain of sand falling into a calm lake. Then, the ripples became more and more intense, like small stones were constantly thrown into the same point on the calm lake. But even so, Chen Zong's 2 swords could not break through that layer of protective power. Yuan Lingzi did not even move. His power and speed are superior to those of the same level. His physical strength is very strong. His vitality is strong, suspected to be at the great perfection of pure yang. His strength is vigorous and surging, almost endless. He seems to be half a step into the great perfection of qi refining. His swordsmanship is superb, and he must be fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless. Thoughts flashed through Yuan Lingzi's mind, and his grasp of Chen Zong's abilities became more and more unique. Then, a trace of surprise flashed through Yuan Lingzi's eyes. Body and sword as one. It actually surpassed the 1st level and reached the 2nd level. Incredible! Very few qi refining cultivators could master body and sword as one. Only the outstanding geniuses could do it, but they had all reached the 1st level, and there was a huge gap between them and the 2nd level. In the entire Zonghu sword sect, there were no more than 10 people who had reached the 2nd level of body and sword as one. Among the disciples, as far as Yuan Lingzi knew, there was only one, and that was Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuye, one of the 5 geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture. As for Zhuoshanmei, she was still at the 1st level. Yuan Lingzi was very surprised. The Zhonghu sword sect was a sect that practiced the sword, a sword Dao sect, and focused on the sword. The higher a disciple's attainment in body and sword as one, the higher their potential in sword Dao. Chernzong had been cultivating in a small dynasty before, but he had already reached this level. If he was nurtured by the Zhonghu sword sect, how far would he rise? I've found a treasure. Yuan Lingzi was very happy. Okay. Yuan Lingzi spoke, and an invisible protective power shook, bouncing Chernzong's swords away. The power was gentle, and it did not hurt Chernzong at all. Chernzong originally planned to enter the realm of enlightenment and use the power of heaven and earth to strengthen his attacks, because that was his true strength. However, since Yuan Lingzi asked him to stop, he would stop. Sheathing his swords, Chernzong's breathing was steady, but his forehead was slightly sweaty. The series of attacks just now were very violent and shocking. Your talent is above Yu Xie and Zhua Shanmei. Yuan Lingzi looked at Chernzong carefully and said, Your attainment in Sword Dao is also very high. You walk the path of learning from hundreds of schools. Answer me first, when you were in the Qi and Blood realm, did you reach the great perfection of Qi and Blood realm? Yes. Chernzong nodded. Good. Yuan Lingzi was full of smiles. His senses were correct. His Qi and Blood were strong and pure yang, which was the sign of the great perfection of Qi and Blood realm. It was indeed better to have the great perfection of Qi and Blood realm as a foundation. With your current cultivation, are you half a step into the great perfection of Qi training realm? Yuan Lingzi asked again. Yes, I've already opened the earth abyss, and only the heaven peak is left. I don't understand the main points. Chernzong not only answered, but also spoke of his current progress and difficulties, hoping to receive guidance. You've already opened the earth abyss. Hearing this, Yuan Lingzi was surprised again. However, between the earth abyss and the heaven peak, the difficulty of opening the earth abyss is lower, while the difficulty of opening the heaven peak is higher. Yuan Lingzi calmed down and continued, I don't know about other places, but in the records of our unhindered sword sect, there is often no specific way to open the heaven peak. Brute force is the most direct way, and there are some coincidences involved. Hearing this, Chernzong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, you shouldn't feel disappointed. Yuan Lingzi glanced at Chernzong and smiled. Someone developed a kind of pill called the Apex Protection Pill. Although it can't directly open the heaven's apex, it can better protect the heaven's apex. Later, I will inform the sect master to prepare some. Thank you, Senior Yuan, Chernzong said happily. Opening the heaven peak was very difficult. If one used brute force, it might be possible, but it would damage the heaven peak. If one had the power to protect the heaven peak, they would have a greater chance of opening it with brute force. Senior Yuan, what I know is called pills. What's the difference between them and pills? Chernzong couldn't help but ask. Pills and pills are the same, but pills are of a higher level, Yuan Lingzi said with a smile. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Elixir pills are the weakening of elixirs. Any alchemy apprentice with some alchemy skills can make elixirs, but to make elixirs, you need a true alchemist with profound alchemy skills. In that case, the alchemists in the Eastern continent and the Cloud Dragon dynasty weren't true alchemists. Chernzong was even more glad that he came to the Longtu dynasty. It will take some time for the top protection pill to be delivered. During this time, you will practice the sword with me, Yuan Lingzi said. The unhindered sword sect focused on the sword, so he naturally had to learn the sword. Perhaps Chernzong was already at the same level as him in the body and sword as one realm, but it had to be known that he had reached the second level of the body and sword as one realm for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years of immersion and comprehension, he definitely had a deeper understanding than Chernzong. In Yuan Lingzi's eyes, Chernzong was like a piece of unpolished jade that could be carefully carved and used all his skills. This feeling hadn't appeared for a long time. Even when he was teaching Zhou Shanmei and Lin Yuye, he didn't have this feeling. Yuan Lingzi decided to devote all his efforts to nurture Chen Zong and strive to further develop Chen Zong's potential. It wasn't impossible to cultivate the strongest sword son for the unhindered sword sect and come from the prodigy camp. Lin Yuye was already 29 years old this year, almost 30 years old. After 30 years old, it was a dividing line. No matter how powerful one was, they would automatically be removed from the prodigy camp. And that was related to the level of a sect's genius, the strength of the sect's luck, the level of their reputation, and so on. It was very important. Chapter 375. This is the fourth update of the day, please vote. After becoming the sect's sword son, Chen Zong's status as an outer sect disciple skyrocketed, and he became special. Naturally, Chen Zong did not continue to live in the outer sect disciple area. Instead, he moved to the summit of Heavenly Rainbow Peak, not far from Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi. This way, it would be more convenient for Yuan Lingzi to teach him. This was something every generation of sect's sword son could enjoy. The sun rose slowly and golden light shone, covering the sea of clouds with a layer of golden gauze. As the sea of clouds surged, the golden light also surged, as if there was a golden dragon shuttling through it. Not far away, Yuan Lingzi was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock that protruded outwards like an eagle's beak, cultivating. Chen Zong could clearly sense that wisps of aura were gathering towards Yuan Lingzi from all directions and then entering Yuan Lingzi's body. After spending some time with Yuan Lingzi, Chen Zong gradually broke away from his identity as a rookie and began to understand more about cultivation. For example, the kind of aura that existed in the air, which made the body feel comfortable and had a certain nourishing effect, was the so-called world energy. World energy existed in the air. Some places were denser, while others were thinner. The more remote the place where the martial Tao was low, the less world energy there was. On the contrary, the more prosperous the martial Tao was, the more world energy there would be, especially in some beautiful mountains and lakes, where the world energy would be much richer than ordinary places. World energy could nourish living beings, whether it was humans, monster beasts, or plants. Ordinary people living in places with rich world energy could strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. Some children born in places with rich world energy were born extraordinary and more suitable for cultivation. Chen Zong also knew that world energy was a necessity for transcendence to cultivate, and it was the foundation of their cultivation. Chen Zong also knew that there was a kind of treasure called spirit source, which was the aggregation of pure world energy. It was extremely valuable and could be used as a hard currency, but it was also something that transcendence needed. As for the so-called spirit shell, it was actually the scraps of the stone that wrapped the spirit source. No wonder it felt so comfortable to touch. It was because it wrapped the spirit source. After being affected for a long time, it more or less carried a bit of the spirit source's aura. Chen Zong didn't know this before. In addition to gaining more knowledge, Chen Zong also made great progress in the practice of swordsmanship. Yuan Lingzi did not impart any sword techniques to Chen Zong. Instead, he taught Chen Zong the comprehension of becoming one with the sword. This was much more useful than directly imparting a sword technique. For example, it was better to teach people how to fish than to give them mermaid. For mermaids, they could only eat 2 or 3 meals a day, but for those who were taught how to fish, they could eat every meal. In just a few days, Chen Zong felt that he had learned a lot. Some of the things that he didn't understand in the past were now clear to him. Yuan Lingzi was cultivating while Chen Zong was practicing his sword not far away. Now, he was waiting for the apex protection pill to arrive before he tried to open the zenith. He didn't need to cultivate his internal strength anymore. The rest was his sword technique. Time flew. Half a month later, the Apex Protection Pill was delivered to Yuan Lingzi. There were a total of 3 pills. It's not easy to refine the Apex Protection Pill. There are only 3 pills. Use them well. Yuan Lingzi gave the 3 Apex Protection Pills to Chen Zong. Okay. After Chen Zong took them, he began to prepare to open the zenith. Yuan Lingzi watched from the side to protect Chen Zong at any time. Pills weren't omnipotent after all. After adjusting his breathing, Chen Zong's essence, energy, and spirit reached their peak. He took out a Apex Protection Pill. The Apex Protection Pill was milky white and emitted a pill fragrance that refreshed the mind. Just by smelling it, one's mind felt clear. Chen Zongning opened his mouth and swallowed the Apex Protection Pill. As the pill dissolved, a cool and refreshing aura rushed into his mind. Chen Zongning felt the cool and refreshing aura enter his mind and quickly move upwards, disappearing into the sky. He felt that the zenith seemed to be protected by a force. It's starting. With a thought, Chen Zong immediately mobilized a part of his internal energy and compressed it into a small sword. Then, under precise control, it entered his mind. The first difficulty of opening the zenith was to let the internal energy enter the mind. The human brain was very fragile, and internal energy had a certain power. If it entered rashly, it would only cause damage to the brain. In serious cases, the brain would be destroyed and death would occur. However, after many attempts, Chen Zong had overcome the first difficulty. The second difficulty was to open the zenith. In the past, Chen Zong didn't dare to mobilize so much power to open the zenith by force. He was afraid of damaging the zenith and causing terrible consequences. Now that he had the power of the Apex Protection Pill, he could try. The small internal energy sword passed through his mind and came to the zenith. Then, the sword stabbed out. This was just an attempt. It didn't explode with all its power. The tip of the sword stabbed into the zenith. Chen Zong immediately felt a resistance from the zenith. It wanted to bounce the small sword away. The slight pain made Chen Zong's scalp tingle. The second time, the sword was more powerful and bounced away again. The third time, the sword was even more powerful, but it was still bounced away. The fourth time, the sword was even more powerful. This time, it wasn't so easy to bounce away. The zenith also caved in a little, but it still didn't open. The fifth time, the small sword's power was fully released. It almost pierced through the zenith, but it was bounced away at the last moment. The cool aura entrenched in the zenith was completely exhausted. Chen Zong stopped trying. How was it? Seeing Chen Zong open his eyes, Yuan Lingzi couldn't wait to ask. I failed, Chen Zong said, but he wasn't depressed at all. Rest for a while and try again, Yuan Lingzi said. After adjusting his breathing, his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak again. Chen Zong took out the second Apex Protection Pill and used it. Once again, he mobilized his internal energy to condense it into a small sword and entered his mind. Then, he attacked again. This time, Chen Zong didn't try to gradually increase the power like the first time. Instead, he exploded with the strongest power with one strike. He also used sword techniques to increase the power by 30%. When it pierced the zenith, a sharp pain immediately spread. His entire head felt like it was about to be split open. Chen Zong's face was distorted. He could only forcefully endure the pain. He controlled the small internal energy sword to continuously pierce the zenith. The zenith's resistance became stronger and stronger. Then, with a bang, the small internal energy sword shattered under the extreme resistance of the zenith. Chen Zong had to control the range to avoid hurting his brain. After that, he felt like he was about to collapse. In that short period of time, his powerful spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Looking at Chen Zong's appearance, Yuan Lingzi knew that he had failed again, but he didn't rush him. It wasn't too difficult to reach the peak of half-step Qi training realm. As long as one had a suitable inheritance and enough talent, it was often possible to reach it. However, it was very difficult to reach the peak of Qi training realm. Abyss. Zenith. One step at a time. According to what Yuan Lingzi knew, a few hundred years ago, when the Zhonghu sword sect was still a mid-rank sect, someone had reached the peak of half-step Qi training realm. Since it declined to a low-rank sect, the most people who reached it were people like Lin Yue and Zhuo Shanmei. Yuan Lingzi didn't know whether Chen Zong could break through and reach the peak of Qi training realm. He wasn't confident. The Zenith protection pill wasn't omnipotent. Eating it would also create resistance. Usually it would be 3 pills. After 3 pills, the effect wouldn't be as good. The effect would weaken, and it would be even more difficult to break through the Zenith. Now there was only 1 Zenith protection pill left. This might be his last chance. Chen Zong closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, recovering his spiritual energy as soon as possible. When his spiritual energy was fully recovered, his strength was also fully recovered. His essence, energy, and spirit were once again at their peak. Let's do it again. With a thought, Chen Zong took out the 3rd Zenith protection pill and consumed it. The cool aura once again enveloped the Zenith. However, Chen Zong keenly noticed that this time, the cool aura didn't seem as strong as before. There was a slight difference. He mobilized his inner strength and turned it into a small sword. It entered his mind again and went straight to the Zenith. Then, he drew his sword. This time, Chen Zong suddenly had an idea. Not only did he integrate the force exertion technique of the sword technique, but he also integrated the force exertion technique of the mixed elements impact. He compressed it to the extreme and then exploded it, causing the power of this sword to reach an unprecedented peak. In an instant, Chen Zong felt as if his head was being crushed. The small sword of inner strength pierced through the sky at lightning speed and pierced the Zenith. A terrifying force erupted, wanting to pierce through the Zenith. However, the force was too fierce and violent. The Zenith felt as if it was about to be destroyed. At the critical moment, the power of the Zenith protection pill came into play and stabilized the Zenith so that it wouldn't be destroyed. He was in extreme pain, as if his head had exploded. Suddenly, the cool aura weakened at an alarming speed. Chen Zong immediately sensed that something was wrong and quickly stopped the impact. He weakened the power of the small sword of inner strength and then dispersed it. Just as the small sword of inner strength dispersed, the power of the Zenith protection pill was almost depleted. The Zenith trembled slightly and stabilized again. The hole that was broken also quickly healed. Chen Zong knew that he had failed. The power of that sword was too strong, and the protective power of the Zenith protection pill wasn't enough. If it had continued, the Zenith would have been completely shattered. It wouldn't have been opening the Zenith, but shattering it. Chen Zong's head would probably have exploded on the spot and he would have died. He failed. There was an indescribable regret in his heart. You failed. Yuan Lingzi couldn't help but ask. I failed. Chen Zong's smile was a little forced. The hope was too high and the disappointment was also too great. He didn't know when he would succeed this time. It was also possible that he would never succeed. What a pity! Yuan Lingzi couldn't help but sigh softly. It seemed that the Zhongjing sword sect didn't have the fortune. Otherwise, if Chen Zong could successfully break through to the great perfection of the Qi refining realm, coupled with his cultivation that reached the great perfection of the Qi refining realm, his martial arts foundation would be incomparably solid. When he reached the true martial realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to advance by leaps and bounds. It was really a pity. Chen Zong didn't know that much, but the 3 consecutive failures were still a blow to Chen Zong. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Your mind is unstable. Don't think too much. Go rest first. Don't cultivate today, Yuan Lingzi said. Chapter 376. Genius 1 second. Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Please go to the literature building to read. It's terrible that my ranking has dropped to 5th. The competition is too fierce. The setting sun shone and the sky gradually darkened. The setting sun was like flowing fire, sprinkling on the endless sea of clouds like flowing flames. It was magnificent. The tumbling sea of clouds seemed to be tired and wanted to rest. It gradually calmed down. Night was about to fall, symbolizing that the day was about to pass. Lying on the bed in the wooden house, Chen Zong tossed and turned, but he couldn't fall asleep. He couldn't even calm down. After going through difficulties when he was young, he obtained the mysterious sword tip. His meridians and marrow were cleansed, and his potential was gradually developed. His talent became better and better, and his path of cultivation had always been smooth. Today, he had experienced many things, but it wasn't difficult for him to resolve them with his own ability. This time, he had encountered a real setback. For a moment, Chen Zong was a little dazed. Breaking through the zenith was the true completion of the qi refining realm. Chen Zong didn't aspire to be able to do it. However, the greater the desire, the greater the disappointment. Fortunately, Chen Zong's willpower had been constantly tempered along the way, and he was able to withstand the blow of disappointment. However, it was inevitable that he would be upset. Unable to sleep, he simply got up and walked out of the house. The setting sun shone, and a touch of afterglow fell on Chen Zong's eyes. Stepping forward, he walked to the edge of the cliff that protruded like an eagle's beak. Chen Zong casually sat down in a position that made him feel comfortable. He just stared at the setting sun that was emitting the last afterglow, and the endless sea of clouds that was gradually calming down, perhaps because it was tired. Gradually, the upset in his heart dissipated. Chen Zong didn't care, but he felt more and more relaxed. The scenery in front of him was so magnificent that it made him forget to go back and forget himself. When the last afterglow went down the mountain and disappeared into the world, the sea of clouds seemed to gradually fall asleep. Chen Zong's eyelids also slowly closed, and his breathing became longer and more subtle. Yuan Lingzi stood not far from Chen Zong and watched. When he found that Chen Zong had fallen asleep, he couldn't help but smile. It could be seen that after failing to break through the zenith 3 times in a row, Chen Zong's mood was a little unstable and irritable. However, this kind of thing was best for him to figure it out and get through it, because it was also a kind of tempering, a kind of spiritual cultivation. Yuan Lingzi didn't know how long it would take Chen Zong to figure it out and get rid of this negative influence. Now it seemed that he was very short. With such talent and temperament, even if he cannot truly reach the peak of the qi training realm, his future will be extraordinary, Yuan Lingzi thought. The sky gradually darkened. It was as if a huge black curtain had spread out from the distant horizon and swept over, covering the entire sky. The mountains, rivers, and sea of clouds were plunged into an even deeper darkness. Tonight there was no moon and no stars. It was difficult to distinguish one's 5 fingers. Chen Zong fell asleep. He slept deeply, forgetting all his worries and throwing away all distracting thoughts. The huge black curtain rolled up again, and a touch of white appeared on the eastern horizon. Immediately, the first ray of golden light shone out. A new day had arrived. When the ray of light passed through the sea of clouds and dispelled the last trace of darkness, the sea of clouds woke up and slowly rippled as if it was stretching its limbs. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It slowly became more intense. When the ray of golden light shone on Chen Zong's jade-like round face, Chen Zong's eyes opened. They were crystal clear, as deep as an abyss, and extremely calm. Facing the morning sun and looking at the sea of clouds, he took a deep breath full of spirit energy. His strength surged, and his sleeping body woke up. Powerful strength filled his body. He leaped, facing the sea of clouds, and his sword broke through the clouds like a ray of light. He practiced the essence of the sword technique again and again, feeling carefree. Sheathing his sword, Chen Zong exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The turbid qi shot out like an arrow, piercing through the air and leaving an invisible trail. It seems that you have adjusted. Yuan Lingzi's voice came from behind. Disciple Chen Zong greets Senior Yuan. Chen Zong turned around and bowed. No need to be so courteous. Yuan Lingzi chuckled. The wind blew, and his hair and robe danced, as if they were drifting away with the wind. The first 3 crown protection pills are usually the most effective. After that, the effect will be weakened. Yuan Lingzi said. Chen Zong knew this and understood the meaning of Yuan Lingzi's words. If the first 3 crown protection pills failed, the effect of the subsequent ones would be even worse, and it would be even more difficult to succeed. If he had heard this last night, Chen Zong would have been even more disappointed, and his emotions would have been even more chaotic. But now it was only a slight ripple, and he quickly calmed down. Yuan Lingzi had been paying attention to Chen Zong's eyes, and couldn't help but secretly nod. But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't break through the zenith and truly reach the great completion of the qi refining realm, with your talent and temperament, you can achieve extraordinary things in the future. Yuan Lingzi smiled. A true expert never relies on one advantage, but on a combination of all aspects. Disciple understands. Chen Zong bowed. He wasn't being perfunctory, but truly understood. However, if there was a chance, Chen Zong still wanted to break through the zenith. Since you understand, then memorize this secret art. Study it well and prepare to break through to the true martial realm, Yuan Lingzi said and handed Chen Zong an egg-sized, flat and round cyan jade. Chen Zong already knew that this thing was called a jade book. It was something used to record information. For low-level cultivators, this was a rare treasure. The surface of this jade book was as smooth as a mirror and there were no words. How did it record information? In fact, this was the method of transcendence. They stored information in a jade book, and it couldn't be seen from the outside. Without Yuan Lingzi's guidance, Chen Zong wouldn't have recognized this jade book even if it was placed in front of him. Reading the information in the jade book required a method. Ordinary cultivators couldn't master it, so even if they knew the value of the jade book, they couldn't do anything about it. However, Yuan Lingzi had taught Chen Zong how to use his spiritual energy to communicate with the jade book and read the information in the jade book. Chen Zong's spiritual energy was indeed stronger than cultivators of the same cultivation level. It was even comparable to some true martial realm cultivators. However, he couldn't release his spiritual energy. To read the information in the jade book, he had to stick the jade book between his eyebrows. This was also the first time Chen Zong tried to read the jade book. However, his spiritual energy penetrated the jade book in an instant. Paragraphs of information suddenly poured into Chen Zong's mind from the jade book. Fortunately, Chen Zong's spiritual energy was stronger than most people's. This kind of information didn't bring him any bad feelings. Not long after, the information contained in the jade book was transmitted, and the cyan light on the jade book disappeared. Zongjian condensing true qi art. This secret art didn't have any grades, but it was a secret art for condensing true qi. The reason why it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to break through to the true martial realm was that they were limited by talent. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was because they lacked a suitable secret art. The true condensation art was a general term. It was easy to understand from its name. It was to condense true qi in preparation for officially breaking through to the true martial realm. When the first wisp of true qi was condensed, one could officially break through their cultivation and reach the true martial realm. Different forces often had different cultivation methods of the true condensation art. There were also differences in efficiency. As a low-rank sect and a middle-rank sect before, the Zonghu sword sect's true condensation art was above average in the entire true condensation art. It could be said that as long as a disciple of the Zhonghu sword master reached the peak of the energy training realm and then cultivated the true condensation art, the probability of breaking through to the true martial realm was at least 70 to 80%. However, ordinary outer sect disciples weren't qualified to be taught the true condensation art. They could only cultivate the inferior true condensation art. The probability of breaking through to the true martial realm was about 40 to 50%. The probability wasn't low. The difference was time. Some people would spend less time to break through, while others would spend more time to break through. After receiving the true condensation art, Chunzong was about to start breaking through to the true martial realm. However, before that, he needed to comprehend the true condensation art and fully understand its mysteries. With Chunzong's comprehension and accumulation, it took him less than half a day to fully comprehend the mysteries of the true condensation art. Naturally, the next step was to cultivate. However, Chunzong hesitated again. He believed that if he cultivated the true condensation art and condensed his inner strength into false true qi, and then condensed it into true qi, it wouldn't be difficult to truly break through to the true martial realm. However, in that case, he really wouldn't be able to complete the energy training realm. Thinking it through didn't mean that Chunzong would give up. Chunzong wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't try again. How is it? Have you comprehended the true condensation art? Yuan Lingzi asked. Elder, I have comprehended the true condensation art, Chunzong said. Good. Hearing this, Yuan Lingzi's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but praise. Comprehending and comprehending were two different concepts. The true condensation art wasn't a simple art. If Yan Hua, Xiao Jinpeng, and the others were to comprehend it, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it without a few days. However, Chunzong only took half a day to comprehend it. This level of comprehension was indeed extraordinary. Since you have comprehended it, then start cultivating. After condensing the false true qi, your combat strength can reach the 7-star realm. At that time, you can condense the false true qi into true qi and break through to the true martial realm with the 7-star realm's combat strength, Yuan Lingzi said happily. Elder, I still want to try to break through to the heaven's peak, Chunzong said his thoughts. Break through to the heaven's peak. Yuan Lingzi was startled when he heard this. He looked deeply at Chunzong and said, Do you know that in the world of martial artists, one step ahead is another step ahead? I know, Chunzong said, but I still want to try again. If you want to try, then let's make an agreement. 1 month. If you still can't break through to the heaven's peak after 1 month, you will cultivate the true condensation art and break through to the true martial realm, Yuan Lingzi said seriously. 1 month. Chunzong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The last month. The last gamble. If he could succeed, his path would be wider. Although strength didn't rely on one advantage, it was naturally better to have this advantage. If he couldn't succeed, then he would completely give up and concentrate on cultivating the true condensation art. He would strive to break through to the true martial realm as soon as possible. The true martial realm was the true starting point for martial artists, and also the starting point for geniuses to compete. End of chapter. Chapter 377. Do any of you still have a monthly ticket? Patriarch, did Sword Sun Chunzong pass the heaven's peak? The second elder asked. He failed. Lin Zhonghan said regretfully. The 4 elders also looked disappointed. What a pity. The first elder sighed. It's fine if he failed. It's too difficult to pass the heaven's peak. If he could get the breakthrough pill, he would have a better chance. However, the breakthrough pill is only in the hands of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family. It's very difficult to make and it's very precious. There are very few people in the Imperial family who are qualified to take it. Lin Zhonghan sighed. He had placed his hopes on someone only to be disappointed. It was not a good feeling. The sword flashed like a dazzling light, leaving a deep cut on the hard rock. The cut was straight and smooth like tofu being cut by a sharp knife. Ha ha ha, the fake true force is really strong. Yen Hua held his sword and looked at the deep cut on the huge rock a few meters away. He suddenly laughed. After failing the sect's sword sun examination, Yen Hua went through a period of adjustment and regained his confidence. After that, he was imparted the sword congealing true qi technique. After a few days of comprehension, he started to cultivate, and not long after, he condensed his first thread of fake true qi. Fake true force was the predecessor of true force. It was a transformation of inner strength and blood qi. In fact, both inner strength and blood qi belonged to the body itself. It was the body's potential. The true force was the next step to develop the body's potential. True force was the representative power after the potential was developed. Even if it was only a small amount of fake true force, it was still very powerful. It must be known that Yen Hua did not use any powerful sword technique just now. It was just a very ordinary slash, and he only used some fake true power, but it was able to cause such a crack. It was not inferior to the powerful sword technique that he had used with 50% of his strength. My battle strength has definitely reached the 7-star level, Yen Hua said secretly. He was very excited. Yen Hua, fight with me. A beam of golden light flew over from the distance, sticking close to the ground. The moment the voice faded, the golden light accelerated rapidly, and its sharpness reached the extreme, stabbing towards Yen Hua. Let's fight. Yen Hua turned around and slashed down. The powerful light of the sword cut through the sky as if it was going to split the earth. The person who came was Xiao Jinping. Xiao Jinping was proud and arrogant. He was a person who cared a lot about face, but his talent was without a doubt, and his character was also very tenacious. After experiencing failure, he quickly adjusted himself and pulled himself together. After receiving the congealing true sword technique, he comprehended and trained, and like Yen Hua, he was able to condense some fake true power. After verifying the strength of the false true power, Xiao Jinping came to find Yen Hua to spar. In fact, Xiao Jinping wanted to find Chen Zong more, but now Chen Zong was the sword son of the sect, so he couldn't meet him at will. He could only take a step back and find Yen Hua, his old rival. No matter if it was Yen Hua or Xiao Jinping, after condensing the false true force, their battle power had reached the early stage of 7-star. But soon, their battle power dropped rapidly, and they returned to their original peak 6-star level. After all, they had just condensed some false true force. After a fierce battle, their false true force was used up, and they could not recover it in time. After striking out a few more times, the two of them separated. We have already condensed the false true force. I wonder how Sword Son Chen Zong's progress is? Yen Hua smiled. I will not lose to him. Xiao Jinping smiled coldly and said. Yen Hua and Xiao Jinping did not know that Chen Zong had not started to cultivate the sword-condensing true force technique, but was still worried about how to break through the heaven's peak. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Chen Zong was obsessed with breaking through the heaven's peak. He tried again and again, but failed again and again. Failure, reflection, conclusion, and try again. But it seemed to be trapped in an endless cycle. Yuan Lingzi saw Chen Zong's efforts in his eyes, and hoped that Chen Zong could comprehend it and break through the heaven's peak. 16th day. 17th day. 18th day. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Zong and Doyen Yuan Lingzi agreed on a month's time was getting closer and closer. 30th day. Today was the last day. The setting sun shone, and more than half of the day had passed. Let's try again. Chen Zong took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. After his essence, energy, and spirit reached the peak, he once again mobilized all the energy in his body and entered his mind. Then, he tried to break through the heaven's peak. Every time he tried to break through the heaven's peak, it was a new attempt. He would use his inner strength in a different way to break through. But this time, Chen Zong failed again. How many times had he failed? Every day, Chen Zong would try at least 20 to 30 times. In a month, he would try at least 1,000 times. If he failed 1,000 times, it could be seen how difficult it was to reach the peak of the Qi refining realm. It was no wonder that no one had reached it in hundreds of years. Only a few hundred years ago at the peak of the Qi refining realm had reached it. In the vast Longtu region, there were very few people who could reach the peak of the Qi refining realm. After adjusting his breathing, Chen Zong tried again. Failure! 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 Until dawn, Chen Zong still failed. Is there really no way to break through? Chen Zong couldn't help but ask himself. Over 1,000 consecutive failures had caused Chen Zong to become incomparably vexed, and a wave of tyranny surged in his heart. He wished for nothing more than to draw his sword and destroy everything before him. Calm down. I need to calm down, Chen Zong warned himself. But the more he did so, the more annoyed he was. Chen Zong could not help but roar at the sky. His roar was filled with inexplicable irritation and anger. It's good to vent, Yuan Lingzi thought to himself. In the past month, Chen Zong had worked hard almost without rest or sleep, but he failed again and again. If it were someone else, they might have already collapsed. But Chen Zong was able to persevere until now. It was indeed not easy. After the roar, Chen Zong leaped up and rushed down the other side of the mountain. His speed was getting faster and faster. He could not help but enter the enlightenment realm. He mobilized the power of heaven and earth to gather around his body, making his body lighter and lighter. His speed increased by a few times. He was as fast as lightning. That is, Yuan Lingzi, who was following behind Chen Zong, was shocked. His eyes widened and he was shocked. The enlightenment realm. He definitely did not comprehend the enlightenment realm in the past month. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself. He had been paying attention to Chen Zong's cultivation for the past month. If it wasn't within the past month, then it meant that Chen Zong had already grasped the truth realm before becoming the sect's sword master. Enlightenment realm. This had always been the realm of true martial realm martial artists, but not all true martial realm martial artists could comprehend and master the enlightenment realm. Only a few geniuses could do it. There was a big difference between having and not having the enlightenment realm. Without the enlightenment realm, one would only be in the true martial realm. Only with the enlightenment realm could one reach the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was not that there were no enlightenment realm martial artists in the strength refining realm. According to what Yuan Lingzi knew, there were only a few in the Longtu region, but each of them had an extraordinary background and inheritance. Chen Zong, who came from a small dynasty, was able to open the earth abyss. Yuan Lingzi was very surprised. He did not dare think about anything else. He did not expect such a surprise to be hidden. Grasping the enlightenment realm in the strength refining realm. It felt like it was not recently grasped. It should have been a while. Good. Yuan Lingzi was very excited. Running down the mountain, the two swords were unsheathed. The power of heaven and earth gathered and surged. The power penetrated the swords. Then, the sword light was like a storm. Sword chi surged in all directions, cutting stones and destroying trees. Wherever it passed, it was like a hurricane, destroying everything. This combat strength is at least at the late 7-star level. Yuan Lingzi was even more excited. The higher the basic combat strength, the more solid the foundation. After breaking through to the true martial realm, the development of one's potential would be more thorough and faster. At least the late 7-star combat strength. If he condensed the false true power, he could at least reach the peak of the 7-star level. Breaking through to the true martial realm with peak 7-star combat strength was unimaginable, even in the heyday of the unhindered sword sect. Thinking of this, Yuan Lingzi was even more excited. A super genius would appear in the unhindered sword sect. Reaching Lin Yuye's achievement was not an extravagant hope. There was even hope to surpass him. Because when Lin Yuye was in the strength-refining realm, he did not reach Chen Zong's level. Along the way, he had the attitude of killing gods and demons. Although Yuan Lingzi was very excited, he did not stop Chen Zong. Instead, he let Chen Zong vent. Only by venting the troubles and inexplicable anger in his heart could he regain his calm. After a while, Chen Zong was exhausted. Even with Chen Zong's immense strength and astonishing recovery speed, he couldn't hold on for long under this kind of venting without caring about the consumption of energy. His mental strength was almost exhausted. His internal strength was even more empty. Chen Zong simply lay on the ground and stared at the blue sky. He did not think or care about anything. Yuan Lingzi stood in the distance and watched with a gentle gaze. The consumed strength automatically recovered bit by bit. After completely recovering, Chen Zong stood up and did not continue to vent. Because he had already vented, the inexplicable anger and irritation had disappeared. There was no need to immerse himself in a dead end. He still had to walk the path he had to walk. Turning around, Chen Zong went up the mountain. After adjusting his breath, he began to cultivate the unhindered sword condensing true power technique. Chen Zong, you have hope to break through the heaven's peak, Yuan Lingzi said, startling Chen Zong. After more than a month of hard work, he could not find a clue. Then, he took 3 apex protection pills in a row but still failed. This time, he tried thousands of times in a row but still failed. Chen Zong had given up. He had really given up. But now, Yuan Lingzi suddenly told him with a smile that he had hoped to break through the heaven's peak? It was like a dream. This feeling of rising and falling in an instant was enough to drive people crazy. Fortunately, after experiencing these blows, Chen Zong's temperament was tenacious and calm. After his breathing became rapid, he was not too excited. After all, whether it was feasible was still unknown. If you tell me that you have mastered the enlightenment realm, you don't need the 3 apex protection pills, and you don't need to suffer this month of torture, Yuan Lingzi said. Elder Yuan, what does breaking through the heaven's peak have to do with the enlightenment realm? Chen Zong could not help but ask. His heart beat faster. Of course it's related. Yuan Lingzi smiled. In the enlightenment realm, you can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. In fact, it is the so-called spiritual energy. However, your cultivation realm is low, so the spiritual energy you can mobilize is very little, but it is enough to break through the heaven's peak. Chapter 378. At present, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th, these 2 wretched guys are staring at the chrysanthemum. Does anyone feel itchy? Rush up and distance yourself, or you will be blown up and bleed all over the place. There was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Those who didn't feel it would never understand that feeling. It turned out that the realm of enlightenment could help break through the zenith. Chen Zong didn't know this before, and no one had ever told him about it. At first, he was happy and excited, and then he calmed down. Let's start. Yuan Lingzi smiled, and his eyes were full of hope. In fact, Yuan Lingzi wasn't 100% sure that the realm of enlightenment could help break through the zenith. At least, he had never done it himself. He had only read some records in ancient books. Even so, Yuan Lingzi was very confident. Chen Zong nodded, sat down cross-legged, and adjusted his breath. This time, the adjustment was particularly long. His essence, qi, and spirit had all reached the peak. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a sharp light piercing through the void. In it, there was an indomitable will and supreme hope. Let's start. His voice was low, like a whisper, but also like the roar of a giant beast, with the surging of qi and blood and the surging of internal strength. The realm of enlightenment. The spiritual qi between heaven and earth was suddenly drawn and gathered from all directions. Then, under Chen Zong's precise control, it gathered in the center of the top of his head. Even if the realm of enlightenment could help break through the zenith, it couldn't be done casually. First of all, it required precise control of the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. Secondly, it couldn't be rushed. The spiritual qi between heaven and earth had to be absorbed into the zenith bit by bit, and then the zenith would be penetrated in one fell swoop. There couldn't be the slightest mistake in this process. Otherwise, it would fail and it would cause serious injuries to oneself, or even death. Even if the hope was great, Chen Zong didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Under precise control, the spiritual qi between heaven and earth fell little by little, and then came into contact with the zenith, and then seeped into the zenith bit by bit. The cool feeling was like soaking in cold water bit by bit. The refreshing feeling spread, and his thinking became clearer, and his control improved a little. When the zenith had a feeling of saturation, Chen Zong knew that the spiritual qi that the zenith could accommodate had reached the limit. This process took half an hour. The next step was to mobilize his inner strength. Multitasking was difficult and impossible for most warriors, but there were always a few geniuses who could do it. Chen Zong was one of the best. His inner strength entered his mind like a thread and reached the zenith. The gentle contact, coupled with the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that had already permeated the sky, allowed his inner strength to seep in like a trickle under not strong resistance. This was something that could not be done in the past no matter how hard he tried. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Chen Zong precisely controlled the inner strength that was as thin as silk and slowly entered it. Inner force and heaven and earth spiritual qi were two completely different types of power, but in terms of level, heaven and earth spiritual qi was of a higher level. Slowly, after the inner strength entered the zenith, it continued to move upwards. Even though there was some resistance along the way, the resistance was at least 100 times weaker than before. It was like the silt in the river being washed away by the river water bit by bit. There was no pain. Chen Zong looked very calm. An hour later, Chen Zong's eyes were still closed. 2 hours later, Chen Zong's eyes were still closed. Yuan Lingzi stood to the side, and even his breathing seemed to have stopped. He was afraid that he would disturb Chen Zong and cause him to fail. He was more eager than Chen Zong for Chen Zong to be able to break through the zenith and achieve the great perfection of the qi refining realm. The moment 3 hours passed, Chen Zong's eyes suddenly opened. There seemed to be an invisible roar. Terrifying energy surged out through his eyes. The space in front of him seemed to be shattered. Layers of invisible folds appeared, twisting and rippling like water. A whistling sound sounded around Chen Zong. Countless air surged like a tide. Yuan Lingzi could clearly feel that traces of spiritual qi of heaven and earth spiritual qi had entered Chen Zong's body from the zenith. It's through. It's finally through. Yuan Lingzi was so excited that his hair trembled. Yes, it was through. With the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth spiritual qi in the enlightenment realm, Chen Zong had truly broken through the zenith. However, he was not excited at all. Because the zenith had just been broken through, a trace of extremely pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured in from the zenith and then spread out in his mind. A cool aura filled the air, causing his mind to feel as if it was being washed, becoming clearer and more transparent. No thoughts, no thoughts. Pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth constantly poured in from the zenith. After passing through his mind, it gradually flowed down. Everywhere it passed, Chen Zong felt so comfortable that he did not know how to describe it. The clear flow did not have the slightest destructive power. Instead, it had an incredible nourishing effect on the body. It was as if it was washing from the depths of the body, crushing and dispersing the parts that were unfavorable to the body. the spiritual chi of heaven and earth soaked in the powerful and domineering origin destruction force. Then it went deep into the bones and muscles, and then soaked in the pure yang chi and blood. Finally, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth passed through the earth abyss that had been broken through and gushed out from the center of his feet with a trace of grayish red. This process lasted for a while before the spiritual chi of heaven and earth dissipated. Not a trace of it poured in from the zenith. Chen Zong subconsciously tried to mobilize the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but he found that he could only occupy the zenith at most. Could not spread down his body like before. What a pity! A trace of regret rose unconsciously. His whole body moved, and his bones made a series of crisp sounds as if they had been reborn. It was like the roar of a tiger or rolling thunder, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. After jumping up, the vibration of his bones also stopped. This feeling. Chen Zong took a deep breath, and his face was intoxicated. Wonderful, it was really wonderful. It felt as if he had changed into a stronger body with more potential, and he had unparalleled control over his body. To use a more apt analogy, an ordinary person seemed to have recovered from a 40-year-old body that was plagued with minor illnesses to a 20-year-old body that was healthy and in good health. Whether it was the impurities in the body, the impurities in the inner strength, or the impurities in the chi and blood, they were all crushed and expelled. It was as if he had returned to his mother's body. Chen Zong did not know that this was the innate physique that many martial artists pursued. The innate physique was different from breaking the body's limit. They were two different existences, but they were both very important and very difficult. Yuan Lingzi was excited and did not disturb Chen Zong. Instead, he let Chen Zong slowly experience it himself. Chen Zong also seemed to have forgotten Yuan Lingzi's existence. He wholeheartedly felt the changes in his body, not letting go of any details. The more he felt, the more magical and excited Chen Zong felt. Fortunately, he did not give up. Fortunately, the road had turned. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the peak of the chi refining realm. He did not expect that the gap between breaking through the zenith and not breaking through was so big. It was simply two different levels. The changes in his body could be summarized into 4 points. The first point was that the pure yang chi and blood had changed. The impurities in it had been removed. Looking inside, the originally bright red pure yang chi and blood seemed to be filled with traces of gold, containing even more astonishing power. The second point was that the pure yang chi and blood were closely related to the body. The stronger the pure yang chi and blood, the stronger the body. The stronger the body, the stronger the pure yang chi and blood. The two relied on each other. Originally, Chen Zong's physique had broken the limits of the human body. It had been improved by chance and had the strength of 5,000 kilograms. After the other aspects had increased proportionally, he had fallen into a bottleneck and was unable to improve at all. Now, Chen Zong could feel that his physique could continue to strengthen. It was also strengthening little by little with the passage of time. He did not know how strong it would be in the end. The third point was the change in the inner strength. The chaotic heaven origin breaking energy was vigorous, domineering, and sharp. Now, it had become purer and had an additional characteristic of flexibility, making it even more powerful. The fourth point was the change in the mind. His mind power was stronger, probably about 30% stronger. This was already better than some true martial realm martial artist. The four changes made Chen Zong seem to have been reborn. Before the breakthrough, without using the secret method or activating the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon, my combat strength was only at the peak of the 7-star level. I wonder what level it has reached now? Chen Zong suddenly thought, is it the limit of the 7-star level? It should be more than that. After breaking through the zenith, the changes are not small. Could it be the 8-star level? Thinking of this, Chen Zong could not help but become more excited. The 7-star level was already a very high level of combat strength. The 8-star level had never appeared in the entire Longtu region. In fact, Chen Zong did not know that his combat strength had indeed increased, but it had not really reached the 8-star level. It was only half a step away from the 8-star level. However, it was still much stronger than before. Moreover, his physique had broken through the bottleneck. It could continue to strengthen in the future. It was not the strongest combat strength yet. It was conceivable that when his physique was strengthened to the bottleneck, his combat strength would truly reach the early 8-star level. There was also the pseudo-true force that had not been condensed. If it was, his combat strength would be even stronger. Senior Yuan, this disciple has broken through the zenith. After Chen Zong checked the changes in his body, he remembered something and hurriedly bowed to Yuan Lingzi to express his gratitude. Good, ha 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 ha. Yuan Lingzi laughed very happily. How do you feel? If there are any changes, tell me all about them. Yuan Lingzi knew about the true perfection of the Qi training realm, but he was not very clear about it. Chen Zong told him about the 4 changes in his body, but he hid the fact that his physique had broken through the limit. Even so, the more Yuan Lingzi listened, the more surprised he became. In the end, his face was full of shock. It was no wonder that hundreds of years ago, when the Zonghu sword sect was at its peak, the person who had broken through the zenith and truly stepped into the perfection of the Qi training realm could become a super expert in the entire region in a short period of time. Unfortunately, if that person had not left this region and traveled to other regions without any news, the Zonghu sword sect would not have declined after such drastic changes. However, now, the Zonghu sword sect might have a chance to rise again. Chen Zong, remember, regarding the matter of you breaking through the zenith and truly stepping into the perfection of the Qi training realm, you must not let a third person know. Yuan Lingzi's face was solemn. The sect master thinks you have failed, so I will not tell them until you grow up and have enough power to protect yourself. This disciple will remember, Chen Zong responded seriously. It was not that Yuan Lingzi was too careful, but that the change of truly reaching the perfection of the Qi training realm was too shocking. If more people knew, it would definitely spread. If it attracted people who secretly coveted it, Chen Zong would either be taken away or destroyed. Either way, it was not a good thing for the Zonghu sword sect. In fact, both Chen Zong and Yuan Lingzi were wrong about one thing. Chen Zong's perfection of the Qi training realm was not an ordinary perfection of the Qi training realm, but an even more powerful perfection of the Qi training realm. Whether it was the Zonghu sword sect's perfection of the Qi training realm hundreds of years ago or the dragon diagram imperial family's perfection of the Qi training realm, they were all at the normal level. Chen Zong was different. The perfection of the Qi blood realm, the enlightenment realm, and the perfection of the Qi training realm were the 3 factors that caused this kind of rebirth. None of them could be missing. Although the combat power only increased by a small level and not a huge leap, the more important change was the potential change. It had unimaginable benefits for future cultivation. Even the dragon diagram imperial family, an upper-rank sect, had at most 2 breakthroughs. They were not like Chen Zong, who broke through 3. Chapter 379. Little Rice Dumpling is about to break through to the genuine martial realm. Hurry up and send your monthly votes to congratulate him. Thank you for your monthly votes. Let's work hard together. The sun rose and set. Day and night. The sea of clouds was never-ending. It had been almost 3 months since Chen Zong had entered the Zongjing sword sect. In these 3 months, Chen Zong had been cultivating. In these 3 months, there were changes among the 5 great talent. Proud Snow-Cold Mei Luoqing and Jingyang Zigu Jiang had agreed to fight at the Sunset Peak. After thousands of moves, Proud Snow-Cold Mei Luoqing defeated Jingyang Zigu Jiang by a small margin. Then, Cold Rain Sword Lin Yue challenged Biluoli Shinran, and also won by a small margin. Only young Master Tianshui remained unchallenged because he was recognized as the leader of the 5 great talent. The other 4 great talents were not confident that they could defeat him. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he did, he would definitely deliver a thunderous blow. Not long after, there was another piece of news. Tang Guoshui, the first-tier genius of the Tianshui sect, had broken through and reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm. He had announced that he would challenge the 5 great talents, but he had not named any of them. Then Wu Lai, the first-tier genius of the Xinjiang sect, had also broken through and reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm. However, he did not announce that he would challenge the 5 great talent. Some of the second-tier geniuses had also broken through and challenged the first-tier geniuses. Some of the third-tier geniuses had also broken through and challenged the second-tier geniuses. The most popular were the 10 rising stars. In these 3 months, news of the 10 rising stars could be heard almost everywhere. The world of geniuses was difficult for ordinary warriors to understand. Changes happened too quickly. There might be no news for a period of time, or there might be a sudden explosion overnight. This was unimaginable for ordinary warriors. Among the 4 great sects, the Tianshui sect took the opportunity to rise after the decline of the Zongjing sword sect. Now, they were vaguely showing signs of becoming the leader of the 4 great sects. Overall, the Xinjiang sect was slightly stronger than the Zongjing sword sect. Only the Proud Plum Villa and the Zongjing sword sect were truly on par. The disciples of the Zongjing sword sect were all working hard to improve their cultivation and strength. Every time there was news of a genius defeating someone, it was a great motivation for them. Only with competition can there be progress, and only with pressure can there be motivation. Congratulations, junior brother Wang. It looks like you'll be able to challenge the 3rd-tier genius camp soon, an inner disciple said to the person in front of him with a smile. Senior brother is right, Wang Xianyang admitted without hesitation. He was one of the 10 rising stars of Tianjiang Prefecture. Junior brother Wang is too confident. As far as I know, our sect's sword son has already begun to practice the sword condensing true energy technique. With his talent, it is estimated that he will successfully break through and step into the true martial realm in less than a month. At that time, his potential will be quickly developed, and his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps it won't be long before he overtakes junior brother Wang. An inner disciple who didn't like Wang Xianyang sneered. Wang Xianyang sneered, indeed, to be able to become a sect's sword son means that his talent and potential are outstanding, but he may not necessarily be stronger than me. My cultivation has now reached the limit of the 3rd level of the true martial realm, and in the next 10 days, I can break through and reach the 4th level of the true martial realm. Even if he breaks through to the true martial realm in this month, it will take at least half a year for him to reach the 3rd level, and after half a year, my cultivation will definitely reach the 5th level of the true martial realm, and he will not be able to catch up with me. Wang Xuanyang's tone was full of confidence. As one of the 10 great stars, he had cultivated his own momentum and confidence through repeated praises and victories. He would not be easily shaken by others' words. Immediately, Wang Xuanyang's face was cold. His eyes were as sharp as swords. He stared at the inner sect disciple and said, "Senior brother, you seem to have some opinions about me. Do you want to teach me a lesson? It doesn't matter. Just use your sword. I'll take it." The inner sect disciple's face suddenly changed. He smiled embarrassedly, stepped back and turned to leave. He was not stupid. He could mock Wang Xianyang, but if he really fought with Wang Xianyang, he must be tired of living. Although his cultivation was at the LV4 true martial realm, and Wang Xianyang was only at the LV3 true martial realm, Wang Xianyang was one of the 10 great stars of Tianjiang Prefecture. He could fight with those above his level. He had defeated and even killed more than one LV4 true martial realm warrior. Humph. Wang Xianyang didn't pursue the other party as he watched him leave in a hurry. Instead, he snorted disdainfully. He had always looked down on the weak, especially those who lacked confidence and courage. He despised them to the extreme. The sword son of the sect? I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. It's best if you can catch up with me and show me your strength. Wang Xianyang said to himself, however, you will improve, but I will not stay in the same place. I will only improve faster. Therefore, you have no hope of catching up with me. At the highest point of Tianhong Peak, a sea of clouds surged. Below the sea of clouds was a valley named Rainbow Fall. The Rainbow Fall Valley was very large and inhabited by many powerful demonic beasts. Ordinary warriors did not dare to enter, otherwise they would become food for the demonic beasts and then excreted as feces. Chernzong sat cross-legged on the Eagle Beak Cliff, facing the sea of clouds. He could vaguely hear the roars of beasts coming from below the sea of clouds. He could not hear them before, but after breaking through to the completion of the Force Training Realm, Chernzong's 5 senses had been further enhanced. The completion of the Force Training Realm was even more amazing when he reached the completion of the Qi and Blood Realm, the Enlightenment Realm, and the completion of the Internal Force Training Realm. Chernzong stretched out his hand as if to grab the surging sea of clouds in front of him. As he clenched his fist, a shocking explosion sounded, as if he had crushed something. Pure yang qi and blood surged, and a tyrannical physical strength broke out in his palm. This was pure physical strength. He didn't use any inner strength at all. Since reaching the heaven-piercing peak, Chernzong had not been in a hurry to cultivate the sword manipulation technique. Instead, he had improved his physical strength first. Yuan Lingzi had sent a lot of nutritious food that was beneficial to the body for Chernzong to eat. The effects were amazing. In just 5 days, Chernzong felt that his physical strength had been further enhanced. Now, he had reached the limit again. This kind of enhancement was not only an increase in strength, but also in speed, explosive power, balance, reaction, defense, and other aspects. In terms of strength, one arm is at least 20,000 jin, Chernzong said to himself, accurately estimating his own strength. From 10,000 jin to 20,000 jin, this kind of improvement was undoubtedly great. Even if he only used physical strength, Chernzong was confident that he could defeat most 9th transformation warriors of the Force Training Realm. Now, my combat strength should not be lower than the 8-star level. The combat strength of the limit of the 7-star level can compete with a warrior of the 1st level of the true martial realm. Then, the 8-star level should be more certain. In fact, Chernzong did not know that with his current combat strength, improved physical strength, and internal force, even if he could not defeat an ordinary warrior of the 1st level of the true martial realm, he could escape with his life under the opponent's hands. The increase in strength from the breakthrough of the star-level combat strength was more obvious in the future. Now that my physical strength has reached the bottleneck again, everything about me has reached the true peak limit. It is time to cultivate the sword manipulation technique and condense the false true power, Chernzong thought to himself. However, he still needed to tell Yuan Lingzi about this. Okay. Yuan Lingzi immediately nodded. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although you have not condensed the false true power, after reaching the heaven-piercing peak, your internal force has been refined by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and become purer. In terms of power, it is not inferior to the false true power of an ordinary warrior. If you condense the false true power, I am afraid it will not be inferior to the true power of an ordinary warrior. Doesn't that mean I can fight against an ordinary warrior of the true martial realm? Chernzong asked in surprise. If the power of the false true power is not inferior to ordinary true power, it can indeed have the strength to fight against an ordinary warrior of the early stage of the true martial realm. Yuan Lingzi's answer was affirmative, but he was very surprised. A warrior who had not reached the true martial realm could fight against a warrior of the true martial realm. Even if it was only an ordinary warrior of the early stage of the true martial realm, it was still very shocking. It must be known that the Qi and Blood realm and the Qi refining realm were only the foundation. Only when one reached the true martial realm could one develop one's own potential and step into the real world of warriors. The gap between them was huge, like a huge chasm. Since ancient times, there had never been a warrior of the Qi refining realm who could fight against an ordinary warrior of the early stage of the true martial realm in the entire Longtu region. At most, they used some trump cards to save their lives. Now, the first one was going to be born in the Zongjing sword sect. Yuan Lingzi wanted to announce it to the world, but it was just a thought. If the news really spread, it would not be long before Chen Zong was either taken away by force or killed secretly. Hearing Yuan Lingzi's words, Chen Zong also felt excited. This feeling was really wonderful. He took a deep breath and calmed his excited heart. "Senior Yuan, I'm going to start." After speaking, Chen Zong sat down cross-legged and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. In his mind, he recalled the chant of the Zongjing sword condensing true power and the mysteries he had comprehended. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. The sea of clouds disappeared before his eyes. The first strand of inner strength was mobilized by Chen Zong's powerful mind and operated according to the mysteries of the Zongjing sword condensing true power. The mysteries of the Zongjing sword condensing true power was to compress inner strength to the extreme and transform it into false true power. Then, using that strand of false true power as a primer, more inner strength was transformed into false true power. Only when all the inner strength in the body had turned into false true power would it begin to transform. The Zongjing sword condensing true power was more advanced than ordinary Zongjing sword condensing true power. The method of compressing inner strength was more special, which was to condense the inner strength into a sword and continuously compress it in the body. This kind of compression was not so stiff. In Chen Zong's body, because of the great perfection of the Qi refining realm, inner strength could be circulated to any part of his body. It was extremely fast and flew like a flying sword. Faintly, Chen Zong heard a whistling sound coming from his body. It was like the wind and clouds were surging, like a tiger leaping into the forest, or a dragon soaring into the sky. The feeling of breaking free from the shackles made Chen Zong feel so good that he wanted to fly. In the blink of an eye, that strand of inner strength, under the control of Chen Zong, circulated around his body. It was like a sword being polished and became more solid. The second round. The third round. Yuan Lingzi stood not far behind Chen Zong and had been paying attention. His huge spiritual sense shrouded Chen Zong's body. He could clearly feel the changes in Chen Zong's body and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 380. By the way, to those who subscribed or tipped this book, please join the group at 546750207. Let's be funny and grab red packets together. His inner strength was like a sword, and his body was like heaven and earth. He was invincible, carefree and unparalleled. It was as if he was riding the wind, flying on the sword, and soaring through the 9 heavens. Chen Zong also did not know why he would give birth to such a comfortable feeling. One cycle after another, the sword formed by his inner strength kept changing and becoming more condensed. Gradually, it was as if it was sharpened, and it shone with a sharp luster. On the 9th cycle, the sword was extremely sharp. It then dispersed and condensed again, turning into a shimmering grayish-white aura. Through his mind, Chen Zong could feel the shocking power contained in the shimmering grayish-white aura. Is this the false true power? Chen Zong couldn't help but say. The power contained in the shimmering grayish-white aura gave Chen Zong a feeling that it was at least twice as strong as his previous inner strength. Twice as strong. This was undoubtedly a terrifying increase in Chen Zong's combat power. If Chen Zong's combat power was at the early 8-star level before, then now, he had definitely reached the late 8-star level, directly skipping the mid 8-star level. However, without a strong enough opponent, Chen Zong couldn't verify it. The false true power is indeed stronger than the inner strength, Chen Zong thought. In fact, he didn't know that the false true power of most martial artists wasn't necessarily twice as strong as the inner strength. At most, it was twice as strong. The false true martial realm isn't very useful to me now. Let's continue. I'll first convert all my inner strength into the false true power, then transform it into true power, and truly break through to the real martial realm. With the shimmering grayish-white aura as a catalyst, it led the other inner strength to condense into a sword, and started to move freely in his body. Yuan Lingzi felt that Chen Zong's aura had changed slightly. He knew that Chen Zong had successfully condensed a shimmering grayish-white aura. It was a good start. Not long later, the second thread of fake true power was successfully congealed. After that, the third thread of fake true power was also successfully congealed. The more false true power that was condensed, the faster the condensing speed would be. In just half an hour, Chen Zong had already transformed a small portion of his inner strength into the more powerful false true power. The transformation speed became faster and faster, and after another half an hour, the remaining half of the inner strength had completely transformed into fake true power. Chen Zong could not find any trace of inner strength in his body. What he had was the stronger fake true force. He tried to use the chaotic heaven-breaking energy to move the fake true force, but he found that it was difficult to move it. It was like a small horse pulling a big cart. Using the sword congealing true chi technique to transport it was a piece of cake. As expected, different powers required different cultivation technique. To this day, the chaotic origin breaking energy could not keep up with his footstep. However, it was also because of the chaotic origin breaking energy that he could become stronger and have the chance to break through to the great circle of the chi training realm. Without a peerless earth-level cultivation technique, his inner strength was not strong enough, and there was no hope for him to break through to the great circle of the chi training realm. Speaking of which, Martial King Huntian once left a message saying that he left a cave residence in the Sinking Feather River. I wonder where it is in the Sinking Feather River? Chen Zong secretly thought. In a place like the Sinking Feather River, a feather would sink when it fell. Could Martial King Huntian really leave a cave residence there? Or near the Sinking Feather River? It was just a message without a detailed location. Even if Chen Zong wanted to find it, he did not know where to start. I'm thinking too far ahead. The most important thing now is to break through to the real martial realm first. Chen Zong could not help but smile and exclude the matter of Martial King Huntian's cave residence. He got up and opened his eyes. The light seemed to be able to penetrate the sea of clouds. He exhaled a breath and shot 100 meters away like an arrow from the bow. How do you feel? Yuan Lingzi asked with a laugh. Very good. Chen Zong smiled. Martial artists pursued strength precisely because of that feeling. It was wonderful. Come, let's test your current combat power. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Chen Zong's heart moved when he heard this. He pulled out 2 swords and his figure flashed a dozen meters like lightning towards Yuan Lingzi. Compared to before, his speed was at least twice as fast. The 2 swords cut open the sky, leaving 2 brilliant slashes, and slashed at the same place on Yuan Lingzi's body. Chen Zong could feel that not only was his movement speed faster, but even the speed of his sword had doubled. The power contained in the sword was much stronger. Under the coverage of Yuan Lingzi's spirit sense, he could naturally feel Chen Zong's change. It was a change that was almost leaps and bounds. Is this 7-star combat power? Yuan Lingzi could not help but feel puzzled. 7-star combat power. He had once reached the mid-stage of the 7-star level. However, compared to the current Chen Zong, the gap seemed to be very big. I have also seen late-stage 7-star combat power, but it was not comparable to Chen Zong. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself, has he reached the peak of the 7-star level? Or the peak of the 7-star level? As for 8-star combat power, it was too high. Yuan Lingzi did not dare to think about it. In theory, there could be 10-star combat power, but theory was only theory. An 8-star combat power had never appeared in the entire Longtu region, let alone others. Whether it was the peak of the 7-star level or the peak of the 7-star level, in short, it was definitely beyond the late stage of the 7-star level. Yuan Lingzi's heart trembled. Chen Zong's 2 swords launched a storm-like attack. Even the world energy of the Enlightenment realm gathered, faster and fiercer. The 2 swords fell on the same point on Yuan Lingzi's defensive power, vowing to break it. However, the power of a transcendent realm master was not something that Chen Zong could shake. He was unharmed. Under Yuan Lingzi's guidance, Chen Zong's understanding of body and sword as one deepened, and his swordsmanship became more and more superb. No matter how Chen Zong attacked, Yuan Lingzi's heart was still excited. After a while, Chen Zong stopped attacking. Most of his strength had been consumed, and he was dripping with joy. The pseudo-true martial realm is just a transition for cultivators, but some cultivators do not have enough accumulation and will stay at this level for a while. Some cultivators can even stay at this level for their entire lives, unable to break through. Yuan Lingzi said seriously, however, with your talent, you don't need to stay here for long. Rest today and start to break through to the true martial realm tomorrow. I estimate that in half a month, you will be able to transform the pseudo-true force into true force and step into the true martial realm, Yuan Lingzi added. Wang Xianyang and the others estimated that Chen Zong would be a month, while Yuan Lingzi estimated that it would be half a month. The difference of half a month could not be underestimated. The shorter the time, the more amazing the potential. The difference of half a month was not just a difference of one's potential, but several times. Half a month! Chen Zong muttered to himself. His heart seemed to be on fire, and a burning sensation spread throughout his body. His blood boiled. After going through so much, was he finally going to reach this step? True martial realm. I'm here. Following Yuan Lingzi's advice, Chen Zong did not cultivate again today. Instead, he practiced with the sword. He was used to practicing with the sword. It was wonderful. Sword Sun Chen Zong spent an hour transforming his internal strength into pseudo-true force. Lin Zhonghan, the sect master, said with a smile in the Zongjian hall. An hour. The 4 inner sect elders were surprised. Chen Zong's transformation of internal strength into pseudo-true force was 100% in their opinion. The key was the time. 1 hour. Was that too long? No, it was too short. Looking at Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping, it took them at least 3 days to convert all their inner strength into fake true power. How much was the difference between 1 hour and 3 days? After receiving this information, the 4 elders were overjoyed. The shorter the time, the greater the potential Chen Zong had. Lin Zhonghan was also full of smiles. This meant that Chen Zong's talent was above Lin Yuye's. Lin Yuye was one of the 5 prodigies. Only then could the Zongjian sect's reputation not be surpassed by other sections. However, Lin Yuye was now 29 years old. In a year or so, he would be automatically excluded from the prodigies. If no one in the Zongjian sect could be listed as a prodigy, it would be a blow to their reputation. The Sword Sun, Chen Zong, gave everyone hope. Perhaps a year or so was not enough for Chen Zong to grow to the level of being listed as a prodigy. However, he had the potential. Within 3 years there was hope. Even if the sect's reputation fell for a while, it would rise again and become even stronger. What a pity! If the sword sun could break through the sky and truly reach the peak of the Qi training realm, how great would that be? The second elder sighed. Yuan Lingzi concealed the news. Even they did not know about it. Otherwise, the news would have definitely been leaked. It was not that the sect master and the 4 elders would do that, but there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. There must be spies from other forces in the Zongjian sect. The fewer people who knew, the more the news could be kept secret. The moon set and the sun rose. A new day had arrived. He faced the sun and waved his swords. The 2 swords reflected the sunlight and drew a rainbow light in the air. Chen Zong could not cultivate hundreds of sword techniques one by one. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time. He probably would not be able to finish it even after sunset. It was too complicated and tedious. In fact, Chen Zong had already grasped the essence. Under Yuan Lingzi's teachings, he summarized it himself and integrated it into the basic sword technique. However, all sword techniques had something in common. After cultivating hundreds of sword techniques and grasping the essence of all of them, Chen Zong had almost grasped the foundation of all sword technique. The sword light crisscrossed as if it could cut the sun. His attainments in sword techniques are amazing. There is probably no one at the same level who can compare to him. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself. Thinking back, when he was still in the pseudo-true martial realm, his attainments in sword techniques were far from Chen Zong's. The more he looked, the more satisfied Yuan Lingzi was. Outstanding sword techniques, outstanding cultivation talent, excellent comprehension, and a tenacious heart. It was simply perfect. The Zongjian sect could obtain such a disciple. It was heaven's blessing. The 2 swords returned to their sheaths. There were still traces left in the air. They slowly faded and then scattered, disappearing without a trace. Next, he naturally began to condense true power and transform the pseudo-true power into true power. However, the transformation of true power was not so easy. It often required great determination and some time. After cultivating for so long, Chen Zong was finally about to take this step. He sat down cross-legged and faced the sea of clouds. The sun shone brightly and swallowed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Pride surged in his chest. Chapter 381. Dear brothers and sisters, this is the 5th update. Another thing, our group Sword Alliance VIP group, 546750207. This is a group that belongs to the official readers of Zongheng. The so-called official readers are those who subscribe or reward this book. After joining the group, you need to take a screenshot to prove that you are an official reader. After all, there are rules in the group, and everyone has to abide by them to be able to have fun. I heard that our sect's sword son, Chen Zong, has started to condense his true power. He should have condensed his true power long ago. I wonder how long it will take for him to condense his first strand of true power? I think it will take a month. It won't be less than a month. I also think it will be a month. Back then, big senior brother Lin Yuxie used an entire month to successfully condense his first wisp of true power. No matter how outstanding sword son Chen Zong is, he can't possibly surpass big senior brother Lin Yuxie. Sisters Wa Shanmei used half a day more than Yu Xie to condense her true power. Except for the news that Chen Zong had broken through the heaven's peak, Lin Zhonghan paid close attention to the other movement. He would go and check from time to time, and then report to the 4 elders. Then, the news would slowly spread. Lin Zhonghan and the others didn't strictly keep the news, because there was no need for them to do so. After all, not entering the true martial arts was nothing. Other than their own sect, the other powers wouldn't pay much attention to them, because there was no threat. Chen Zong, as the sword son of the sect, naturally had to let the sect's disciples know some news. This way the disciples would be encouraged. However, Chernzong did not know about all of this. Currently, he was wholeheartedly channeling the sword congealing true qi, channeling the tyrannical false true qi in his body, condensing it into a tyrannical sword in his body, continuously condensing and condensing. The difference between true power and fake true power was the degree of condensation. High-intensity condensed fake true power would transform into true power. Chernzong acutely felt that the tyrannical true power in his body was changing bit by bit. It was constantly condensing and compressing, but the process was very slow. It would take a lot of time to compress it to the extreme and then change it. Senior Elder Lin Zhonghan came. His purpose was naturally Chernzong. Sect Leader Yuan Lingzi nodded slightly. Although he was the oldest in the unhindered sword sect, Lin Zhonghan was the sect master. Elder Yuan, how is Chernzong's cultivation progressing? Lin Zhonghan asked, but he didn't approach Chernzong for fear of disturbing him. Not bad. In half a month, I should be able to successfully condense true power. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Within half a month? Lin Zhonghan exclaimed. That's right. Chernzong's talent is unexpectedly good, Yuan Lingzi said with a smile, but he still did not mention that Chernzong had broken through the heaven's peak. Lin Zhonghan's eyes shone with passion. Sect Master, Chernzong's talent and temperament are both very good. He's not an ungrateful person. I don't think I'm wrong about that. He's worth nurturing, said Yuan Lingzi. Okay, when he breaks through to the real force realm, we will give him the best training, Lin Zhonghan nodded and said seriously. Eldest senior brother, you still have the mood to drink here? Xing Zhongxie strode over and exclaimed in surprise. When the wine enters my throat, I come naturally. Lin Yuxie was sitting on a branch of a 1,000-year-old pine tree with one leg hanging down and the other resting on the tree trunk. He was wearing a sword robe that was alternating between green and purple, and there was a fake spiritual sword in its scabbard hanging from his waist. His long black hair was tied up behind his head with a silver thread, making him look very casual. Eldest senior brother, I admire your calmness. Xing Zhongxie smiled. He leaped and landed on the pine tree. But you should know that many junior brothers are spreading something. What is it? Lin Yuye held the bronze wine gourd in his left hand and took a sip. He didn't take it seriously. Eldest senior brother, you know about our sect's new sword sun, right? Xing Zhongxie asked. Now that the new sword sun is breaking through to the real force realm, many junior brothers feel that the new sword sun will surpass you. This will probably affect your prestige. Surpass me. Only then did Lin Yuxie turn his head and look at Xing Zhongxie. Xing Zhongxie had delicate features, but his eyes were exceedingly deep. Xing Zhongxie's lips curled up in a faint smile, appearing somewhat sinister. This is a good thing. I'd rather all the junior brothers in my sect surpass me. Only then would my sect be even stronger. I admire eldest senior brother's breadth of mind. Xing Zhongxie was startled at first, but then he smiled. Junior brother Xing, remember this. As a senior brother, you have to protect your junior brothers. When the other junior brothers are not strong enough, you have to protect them so that they can cultivate better and become stronger. This is the foundation of a senior brother. Lin Yuye straightened his back and said seriously. Then, an extremely sharp, killing intent flashed in his eyes. But if someone doesn't think for the sect, doesn't unite the junior brothers, and even betrays the sect, there is no need to be soft-hearted. Kill them if you need to. After that, Lin Yuye returned to his casual appearance, and drank to entertain himself. Junior brother, I will remember. Xing Zhongxie put away his smile and answered seriously. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Snakes and rats gather in a nest, but dragons don't live with snakes. Lin Yuye was the sword sun 2 generations ago. If he was a narrow-minded person, he would definitely cause trouble for Chernzong. But he wasn't. On the contrary, he would think for the sect. As for Chunzong, Lin Yuya didn't know. After all, he had never met him before. But as long as Chunzong didn't harm the sect's interests, Lin Yuya wouldn't do anything to him. Zhuoshanmei also knew about Chunzong. Her reaction was even simpler. She only replied with a, "Got it." Then she went back to practicing her sword. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The false true power had been condensed to the extreme. Chunzong could feel the terrifying power contained in it. Finally, I have reached the limit. Next, it's time to transform. Turn. His mental power was fully activated. He controlled the condensed false true power and circulated it in his body at the fastest speed possible. Luckily, Chunzong's body was stronger. He had opened up all the bones and muscles in his body, allowing the power to circulate to the greatest extent. The whistling sound in his body turned into an earth-shattering roar. The air around Chunzong also started to vibrate. There were layers of invisible ripples spreading out. It became faster and faster. It was so fast that it seemed to break through the body's restraints. Threads of tyrannical power sprouted from the false true power. It was as if a seed was about to break out of the ground. After another round of extreme speed, the fake true power that was contained within the fake true power finally exploded, and in an instant, the tyrannical fake true power in his body was shaken off, and was in disarray. It was colorless, but Chunzong could feel its existence. It was very strong. It was at least a few times stronger than the false true power. True power. These two words flashed in Chunzong's mind. This was true power that only true martial realm martial artists could possess. Chunzong Tsai now knew why true martial realm martial artists were so powerful, to the point where all the energy training realm martial artists were not their opponents. There was such a huge gap between them. True power. This strong true power was enough to sweep away all the training realm martial artists. Chunzong was sure that if he used this thread of true power to execute a sword move, the power would increase by at least a few times. It would be enough to easily defeat him. I have only condensed the first thread of true power. I have not truly stepped into the true martial realm. Chunzong thought to himself. He calmed himself down and continued to practice. Only by transforming all the false true power into true power could one truly step into the true martial realm. After transforming the first thread of true power, using that thread of true power as a primer, it would be better to transform the rest of the false true power. This time, Chunzong spent 2 hours to transform all the false true power in his body into colorless true power. The amount of true power after transformation was only 1/5 of the false true power. The amount was less, but the power increased by many times. Furthermore, colorless true power meant that it did not have any characteristic. It did not inherit the forceful sharpness of the chaotic heaven origin-breaking energy. It was simply powerful. This was because Chunzong had not yet cultivated a heaven-level technique suitable for the true martial realm. Trying to operate the sword-condensing true power technique, Chunzong once again felt that it was difficult. It was like a small horse pulling a large cart. Chunzong, have you broken through? Yuan Lingzi asked impatiently when he saw Chunzong stand up. Senior Yuan, I have condensed true power. Chunzong bowed and answered. Good. Yuan Lingzi was excited again. Even when he was training Lin Yuya and Zhuoshanmei, he had not been so excited. It could be said that he had not been so excited for many years. Thinking about it, Chunzong had excited him more than once. Yuan Lingzi suspected that if he stayed longer with Chunzong, he would faint from excitement one day. Then rest first, then transform all the false true power in your body into true power. Yuan Lingzi said impatiently. Senior Yuan, I have transformed all the false true power in my body into true power. Chunzong said again. Yuan Lingzi felt that he almost could not breathe. Good. Yuan Lingzi did not know what to say. He just kept nodding and saying good. Originally, He estimated that Chen Zong would condense true power in half a month and then break through to the real martial realm. However, half a month often referred to half a month. He did not expect that in just 10 days, Chen Zong would successfully condense true power and transform all the false true power into true power, truly stepping into the real martial realm. The difference of 5 days was huge. While he was shocked, Yuan Lingzi began to think. 10 days was too shocking. For fear of attracting covetous eyes, it was better to tell the sect master and the others that it was 15 days. Although 15 days was also very shocking, compared to 10 days it was a lot worse. He told Chen Zong his thoughts. Chen Zong did not refute and directly agreed. Come, draw your sword and test your current strength again. Yuan Lingzi smiled again. Chen Zong was waiting for this sentence. Hearing this, he immediately moved. He directly turned into a beam of sword light and instantly crossed more than 30 meters to attack Yuan Lingzi. Chen Zong was shocked by the speed he displayed. Fast, it was really too fast. Compared to before he transformed into true power, it was at least twice as fast. The ratio of increase in strength and speed was different. It was often more difficult. A twofold increase was very terrifying. Although Yuan Lingzi could clearly capture Chen Zong's trajectory, he was still surprised by Chen Zong's speed. It was indeed much faster. This kind of improvement was too shocking. With this speed, it's enough to defeat and kill ordinary LV1 true martial realm martial artists. It's not difficult to fight against ordinary LV2 true martial realm martial artists. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself, Chen Zong has only just broken through. He hasn't cultivated a heaven-level cultivation technique or sword art yet. If he cultivated a suitable heaven-level cultivation technique or sword art, how much would his strength increase? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.